Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Cocainum.
Up yours. Woke moralist.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke
shut us
moralist.
up.
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load, and even better than that you find your true calling and destiny in your willingness to take the ultimate load.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals. Up yours.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped
Woke
Ben
moralist.
Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Have it your way, buddy.
You sons of bitches.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like?
We'll see who cancels who.
Oh boy.
What's up, everyone? How y'all doing? What a wonderful week. What happened?
I was gonna start like that, but I thought it would be too. Too mean.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened?
Bender, I
fucking
put my
great.
faith in Matt Bender's projections, and it failed me.
Listen, 2020, I was on the mark. 2024, I couldn't have been more wrong. On the bright side, though, I'll never feel the pressure of having to do one of those maps again because no one will believe them, so it's fine. The pressure after getting 2020 right was immense.
My opinion holds no weight anymore.
The fact that this has happened multiple times with how off the polling has been even though it happened like it wasn't that off in 20. I mean, it was off in 2020. It actually under predicted Trump, but then midterms were pretty on. It's when Trump's on the ballot, you can't trust anything. Is what this appears to be.
The poll wasn't necessarily off. It's just that the trends of the polling were off. Like polling,
Iowa was off.
That was that
17 points.
But that was that one poll. We all
but they were right for like 15 years since like Obama 2012. They were bang on.
I was right since 2020, and look, that streak is over.
Since 2020. Well, listen, one thing I will say is at least Alan Lichtman now has to shut the fuck up forever. Mu Dang now has a better track record of predicting elections than Alan Lichtman because Mu Dang is at 100%.
We need to cancel
Mu Dang's got the pressure now. Mu Dang's
got
it. Everyone's gonna be looking at Mu Dang now, right? We should let people know, by the way, that Rebecca was not going to be here tonight. She was called to Mar-a-Lago as part of Trump's transition team, and that's what she's now. She's just not going to be here. She needs another week, she said. And I get it. Some people are insane like us, and we're here doing this, and then normal good people are taking the break they need.
I saw David's tweet and my heart sank in my chest, and I was like, wait, what? I didn't even know if this was going to happen this week.
I forgot that so every 2 weeks I feel like I can't do this anymore, and I forgot afterwards that I'd never really said that before. So people took that tweet like, oh, he's done. Like, no, this is every time there's like bad news, I'm like, this is too much. I can't do this.
It was like that movie where they're like, I'm too old for this. That's what that sentence meant.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say, when I saw
people don't realize that basically once a month before Leftist Mafia goes live, me and David talk about quitting.
Yeah,
we always vent to each other about that shit.
I will say, I saw your tweet, David, and I felt the same right away. Like, I was like, why am I doing this? It's so fucking pointless. Like, what's the point of any of this? Why am I putting my family through this? I'm always head in the screen, making little to no money. Why don't I just go out and get a real job?
Think of how freeing that would be. Like, I don't know, to be a welder or to just something where it's like I'm not online ever. I don't need to be. Right. Really, like ideally, I'd like to run like a little restaurant in a small town. That'd be fun. But it's just, it's just head in the clouds. It doesn't actually make sense.
Love of the game. We can stop making people worry, because I clickbaited the title because I know Binder's got an announcement he wants us to talk about later. But
what?
Oh, I can let people know now.
Sure.
I floated the idea with the rest of the group after, and this could have been just my post-election ramblings. I will say I'm exhausted still. The Majority Report live show went to like 12:30. We were there from like 7 to 12:30. By the time I got home, and obviously I was just exhausted. But I threw an idea to the guys and gal that maybe we should change the name of the show. Not because we're abandoning our leftist ideals or whatever, but because I feel like, especially in light of post-election and what we do on here, maybe we could draw people in if we don't have the name like that, but still talk about the same things.
We should call it Uncommitted.
There was just an idea I threw out there. Yeah.
My chat suggested the name InfoWars. It's for sale. It's got brand recognition. People will know it. we can buy InfoWars.
Wars. How about just reverse it? Wars info. Just find something really stupid. We gotta find like a dumb name that like when the Nintendo Wii was announced. That sounds so stupid, but at the time it was so stupid. I'm like, what? Nintendo Penis? What is this? And now it's just like, oh, it's the Wii. Whatever. Like we gotta find a name that sounds really dumb, but people get used to it, and it's good. I wish I had suggestions, because I have no idea.
I named my show The Humanist Report, so nobody should take name suggestions from me ever.
I think yours is better than mine. Then again, mine is ambiguous. Like, oh, is he right?
Call the show the Nintendo Penis?
Right. You really are dropping the ball there when they're talking about how they need a left-wing Joe Rogan. I mean, you got the right-wing name, the right-wing looks.
We could just call it the Rational National Podcast.
you should be out there literally drawing in young Gen Z Nazis and turning them limbs.
Into Antifa super soldiers.
I'm too old for. I don't understand Gen Z. The idea that I could try and appeal to them is not possible.
Get the haircut they all have, where they fade their hair up and the top broccoli type thing they got going on.
It's all curly.
You gotta draw them in, David.
How much I hate this generation. But then it's like, I feel like, oh, now I'm just an old man criticizing the young. But then it's like, no, a lot of them are Nazis, so it's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
it's perfectly fine to criticize the young.
I think it was like a majority of young men in Pennsylvania voted for Trump.
I don't get the shitting on Gen Z shit. I think it's like shitting on any single group when like it's the people didn't come out for the Democrats. It's not that a certain group is bad. It's that no one voted for the Democrats. That's all there is to it.
Well, I think it is.
But the Gen Z men who did vote for Trump affirmatively, which there were a lot of them, and a majority of them in Pennsylvania, I hope that those young men never get pussy in their life. I hope they're incels until they die. Have fun being a virgin, fellas.
I will say, like, listen, it's not their fault, obviously. It's no generation's fault or whatever, but I do think it's worth taking out all of the various trends we saw from this election and addressing them. Like, obviously, yes, there was a substantive portion of young Gen Z males who went Republican, and we should address that. We should look at why that is and what happened there. Just like how I've been,
that's part of it.
Just how I've been sounding the alarms about how Gen X has become the most right-wing generation. Even like, look at 65 plus voted for Harris. Like, we can't blame the old people anymore.
We should say sorry to the boomers, by the way. Like, they're good.
Actually, you, Mike.
They're good people.
No more boomer beating, all right?
Yeah, the boomers are fine. The issue is Gen X. Gen X is
I am with Matt on Gen X, though, now. You all got to get your shit together. Millennials have a phenomenal record, might I just say. Millennials. I mean, we've been through so much shit to where we are unmovable at this point.
I will say millennials have done a pretty good job. It must have been all the various things that we've experienced. I mean... in
Danny,
school
I'm
during
sorry.
9/11.
Thank you, Danny.
Graduating college when we were right into the financial crisis. I mean, I think we've done a pretty good job, except that we can, and none of us could afford anything. But other than that, we've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think we're. I don't know. Again, this generational talk I get into, and then I realize it's not. It's not cut and dry, right? Obviously,
it's very broad swath of people.
But broadly, I feel like millennials are largely good at weeding out bullshit in a way that other generations don't, because we were on like the precipice, like when the internet like was first a thing, we were sentient, and like we caught on to what it grew into, and so we can catch shit like AI posts and bullshit like that, and like what's an ad, what's not an ad. Apparently Gen Z has a harder time, again broadly speaking, has a harder time deciphering what's like sponsorship or ad versus what is just real. There's like a study on this. I got to find it now to back up my claims.
Yeah,
because we were there the whole time, I think we better.
We're doing vote shaming, is what we're doing, and like honestly, this comes down to very clearly a lot of people didn't buy the Democrats' pitch. It's not that like one specific demographic is this one specific. Like people are blaming Latino voters right now. They're saying, "Oh well, yeah, I hope you enjoy getting deported." People are blaming Arab and Muslim voters who refused to not remain uncommitted. It's none of their fault. It's the Democrats' fault for getting 10 million less people engaged and turning out to the polls.
Well, it's everyone's fault but mine. Let's put it that way. It's everyone's fault.
It's obviously. I just feel like that's like a given. Like that's like an obvious. I just think that the conversation is interesting in discussing like. I mean, we can't ignore the fact that a lot of people don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm just saying a lot of fucking people don't know what the fuck is going on. Like they vote for abortion rights and then vote for Trump. They vote for raising wages. They vote for sick leave, and then they vote for Trump. Like a lot of people don't know what the fuck is going on.
I've got to say, I disagree. I disagree. Honestly, if they don't know what's going on, then educate themselves. Like, don't be stupid. You have the internet. You can actually. You can actually look up the ballot measures.
It's not that simple though, because they don't know. They don't know that they're like. You can't educate yourself.
Well, then enjoy fascism if you're too stupid to look it up. I'm sorry. I'm not going to absolve Americans of voting affirmatively for fascism. In 2016, they get a pass because, whoa, what the fuck did you do? Maybe you didn't know. Now they know. Trump was basically saying, hey, everyone, I'm going to be Hitler too. If you voted for that out of ignorance or economic concerns, you are fucking stupid. I'm sorry. That's
with my position here. Like, this is a fucking loser that tried to steal the election. It's how do you vote for this man again? Like, I get the situation sucks, and broadly,
this is all a losing strategy. All of this.
I'm not saying this is a strategy to win next time.
I wouldn't say this as a Democrat.
Here. Can we vent?
I wouldn't say this as a Democrat running for
feel?
Congress. Yeah,
like
yeah.
This is
fuck
how
all these
we're
people.
feeling.
I would
I'm not
never
saying this
say
is the
this
next
if I'm running for office.
I'm just saying this is how we're feeling right now. It's normal to feel this way.
It's like, oh my god, groceries got high, so I voted for Hitler too. That's not. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. That's not an excuse. What? He's Hitler too. Like, listen, Democrat or voters in America.
Like, this is the same.
Right.
Like,
and listen, Matt, you can fucking take Hitler's old ass corpse and turn him into a Frankenstein, and he could say, I will come back and do exactly what I did. And if Americans honestly thought that he would like lower the cost of gas by $1.50, they would vote for him in a landslide. We don't give a fuck. We're a psychotic nation. We are one of the dumbest countries on earth by a mile, and it's not even close. And there's no excuse. People in North Korea don't have access to alternative information, and they have to be loyal to the regime and loyal to elites out of risk of death. We have no excuse. We're just choosing to be fucking stupid. And if that's your choice, well, have at it. You sealed all of our fates, but have fun. Don't complain when the tariffs come back to bite you in the ass. I'm sorry.
But you can't be like that though, because it's gonna hurt a lot of people who didn't vote for it, or people who legitimately
and that's terribly sad. That's sad.
Like they're
well, if you were tricked, you were tricked. Don't be dumb. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again, motherfucker.
I
am gonna be like that. I'm a petty bitch. Fuck them all. Enjoy the suffering, motherfuckers. This is what you voted for.
You just can't though. You just can't.
I'm not wrong, and you all know it.
I listen, I get the sentiments, but you just can't. I mean, it's what ostensibly separates what we believe and what they believe, and they as in Republicans, right? I can't, like, obviously you could have different levels of empathy for certain people, but you just can't leave people behind.
Oh,
unfortunately.
but don't get me wrong. I have zero empathy for Nazis, fascists, all that kind of shit. Like, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that, like, people often say, Lance, why do you even care if Americans get healthcare? You're not American. None of this affects you. Because I want Americans to have healthcare universally, because it'll make Americans more healthy. If they're more healthy, they'll have more time to do more shit, such as read, such as learn, such as look this shit up, such as actually learn how to be media literate, all that kind of stuff. As long as it's just basically like, hey, by the way, this red state doesn't believe in vaccination. Nah, it'll be hilarious if they all die then. This other state is like lowering their literacy rates because they don't believe in books or literature. It'll be funny if they all die. Well, then, yeah, it's perpetually going to keep moving towards this terrible situation where fascism's taking over.
And it
that's
also
the pathway.
And it also does affect us. I mean, the fact, like, because the standard for healthcare in the U.S. is so low, it doesn't require our political leaders to fight for anything better here, because it's like, oh, at least we're not the U.S. Like, that tends to be like how people feel about healthcare here. Like, we have real issues in our healthcare system where we should be properly investing into it and expanding it. And then people go, well, at least not the U.S. Is that the standard? Like, the issue is the U.S. is such a leader, both politically and culturally. And if you only live within its borders and don't understand or haven't traveled outside, you have a hard time understanding that. But like Canadians especially, we're right next door. We feel it. Like, a lot of our culture is embedded in American culture, and it has a serious impact. We have our own fucking moron now, and Pierre Poilievre rising. And it's this ongoing thing because of, let's be clear, this is really, I mean, stemming from the 80s, from neoliberalism and sort of the continuation of that and the failure of any proper actual left-wing party. And the constant fighting against any real left insurgent in any country. That's what has led to where we are now. But it's these, when a Trump pops up, it affects us a few years later, and it's an ongoing cycle.
I will say, I think that I'm not trying to say that like there's any one magic bullet. Like, I still think Bernie would have won. I still think that leftist populism and a competent, unapologetically left-wing Democratic Party would have won. But at the same time, Bernie Sanders catalyzed a nationwide movement, and after 2016, there were dozens of candidates, hundreds of candidates across the country that were running, and they got wiped out. So if voters are genuinely dissatisfied with the system and they don't pay attention to the options that they have, then I don't know what to say. Things will just continue to get worse. And I get that there's also systemic issues as well. But I think you can't absolve people of individual responsibility, especially if, like, I'm not anyone who voted for Donald Trump. They absolutely are culpable, regardless of the factors and the institutional factors. I just, at this point in time in 2024, I refuse to accept this idea that voters just got hoodwinked or duped. Maybe that's true, but at the same time, if it's so transparent and you can't see that this person is literally Hitler too, and you vote affirmatively for that, there's just no escaping the reality that, like, these people are psychopaths. It doesn't take a fucking history major to understand that what we're seeing is very reminiscent of World War II. Some things are just, like, super obvious, and this was really obvious. And I don't blame third-party voters. I don't blame anyone who didn't vote. I blame the people who voted for Trump specifically. So just to be clear, that's the only voter shaming I'm doing.
I saw.
No,
I saw
but you can't. You can't. Though. You just
the last
can't.
election and this election.
You can't blame the Trump voters.
No, I'm saying the MAGA came out in the same numbers for the last two elections. They were constant. It was almost the same amount of MAGA voters came out the first time.
No, I agree. And fuck them on 2016 and 2024. Yeah, no, I agree.
I'm saying in this election, the difference was the Democrats plummeted by 10 million votes. They're
right.
Like, for them to tell everyone this is the most important election of a lifetime and all this shit, they fumbled the bag. They fucked this up, and all of you know that because I've watched your videos. I watch them on stream all the time. The energy from the coconut memes to the DNC to the shitting all over to the Liz Cheney to all that said hardline Israel stuff. That was the Democrats doing. Like, they needed Democrats to come out. The MAGA people were always going to be MAGA people, and they were always going to vote MAGA, and they vote MAGA like in spite of all that shit. Like, in the same way Democrats were asking people, you need to realize this is the most important election. You need to understand that while yes, genocide bad, worse genocide could be happening there. And so some people did swallow it and be like, fine, fuck it, I will put my name on the ballot. That's also Republican voters who are like, yeah, I've heard some fucked up things about him. He's really sexist, he's racist, but you know what? Fucking, I'm still voting for the guy, And it wasn't just distinctly like every single time they voted voted, it was like, I'm doing this just because I hate like minorities. That's the reason I'm voting for Trump. It was they don't feel listened to from the other end because neoliberal policies do fuck all for them. And when people can't afford,
I don't buy that. Nah, I don't buy that. Some of them,
that's what
yes.
happens.
Some of them,
what
yes.
happens.
Some of them, absolutely. But a lot of these people vote out of spite. I have family members who have told me, I am voting for Trump because I want to destroy this country. Like, people, you don't understand.
Well,
yes,
those aren't MAGA supporters.
But a lot of them are just cruel. A lot of them fucking hate trans people. A lot of them hate black people. Like, you can't coddle the people who just voted for Hitler too. Fuck them all. Like, there's no rationalization for this. What are we doing?
Lance, I don't think Mike's denying. We're all talking about
this to stop happening.
Those aren't the people I'm talking about. Obviously, I'm not saying like, listen, we have to meet Nick Fuentes where he is and sit down and discuss with him. No.
I know you're not saying that. No, I know you're not saying that.
And the MAGA diehards and those guys, the right-wing influencers. I'm not talking about those guys. Fuck those guys. Fight those guys. I don't give a shit about those guys. But we didn't get here because just those guys came out to vote. I mean, you're looking at the entire country, at least those who came out to vote for this election go rightward. And they fell for what Donald Trump was selling. I'm sorry. There's no way that this election ends up this way without a good number of just average, everyday people coming out and voting for Donald Trump because they bought what he was selling. And part of the reason they bought what he was selling is because they heard him talk about something that they weren't hearing from the Democratic presidential campaign. It's that simple.
But I will say, that part I'm confused by though, because what was he? Kamala Harris actually what? Like, I'm not saying she ran a good campaign. There's serious failures. The Democratic Party, Lance, I agree with you completely on everything about everything you said. But Trump, his campaign speeches were about personal grievances, like, or about like immigrants. That his entire
he was sucking a dick in the last campaign days,
and then
he was pretending to suck a cock at the rally. His pantomiming dick sucking. You're gonna say that was policy? Oh, he had policies.
It's not like Trump went out there and was like delivering like any kind of message for the working class.
Right. To be completely fair, this is the things that we're watching, and these are the things we're laughing about. If you read the reason why people were voting for Trump, specifically in groups I never thought would vote for Trump, such as first-generation immigrants, such as minorities, such as Latino voters, every single one of them was not reporting the reason why they were voting for Trump was because they hated women, or because they just hated black people, or because they hated indigenous people. They were saying that right now they're having economic problems, or right now they are not having trouble buying bills.
This is here.
Gas is too high.
Look at this.
Kind of yes.
Look at
this.
This
is what is happening.
It's not just the U.S. Every governing party facing election in developed country this year lost vote share. The first time this has ever happened.
Because the metrics in which people sell that the economy is good does not necessarily apply to everyone's lives. If your rent is high, your food costs are high, all this stuff, it doesn't fucking matter what the stock market is. When you see the stock, who the fuck owns stocks, right? Who the fuck people paying rent, right? Like you can have strong economies and still have people be like, but I still can't afford shit. And so that's why they're like, well, what's the other guy? What's the other guy offering? Because neoliberal policies are just barreling them down this road.
I don't even think it's about what he's offering. It's about not voting Democrat. It's like, hey, these people are in power. I'm not voting for them. I'm voting for somebody else. I think that's what goes to the graph here. Like people just vote for the other side.
Yeah. And to what you're both speaking to that economic anxiety and the devastation of neoliberalism, I think that is a fine rationalization for somebody who's apathetic and stays home. It's not somebody like that. I don't apply that to the Trump supporters. I'm sorry. I refuse to buy that. People in this country, the culture is toxic and cruel as fuck. The immigrants who hate other immigrants, it's just kind of a fuck you, I got mine mentality. I'm going to pull the ladder up behind me because that's how we all are as Americans. It's a cultural problem. We are evil people. That's what I'm saying.
No, I agree. People are very selfish. But that's a lot of people. Donald Trump got more of the vote in New York City than any Republican in something like 40 years or something like that. I've been looking at the districts that he won or came within points, single-digit points of winning. We're talking about districts, minority Latinos, district with minority Asian, Chinese, Korean. He won big gains with almost every minority group except for Black Americans. I mean, you can't like you can't just say like this go back to the 2016 reasons he won and say it's the same thing. People are clearly, we could say there's a problem that people are clearly willing to look past all of the other really bad stuff if they think he's going to help their wallets and pocketbooks first and foremost. We can say that, but we can't say that, like, we can't just pretend though that they voted for the other stuff. It's a problem that they're willing to look past it, but I can't necessarily say they voted for it. Maybe they're going to learn their lesson after they realize just how bad it'll get, but just can't like just have this large swath of people from all backgrounds voting for him and say it's because of this one thing.
Yeah,
no, I think that's. I don't disagree.
Like, it's absolutely abhorrent to see what just took place, especially like considering what it's going to mean for, like, you know, so many vulnerable groups that all of us in this room care about, right? That we all advocate on the behalf of, and like the revulsion at that, and that there is absolutely a percentage of people who do that kind of shit because it's a way to own or get lib tears or be like, I'm fighting wokeness by voting for a fascist, and you're like, there absolutely is. But I'm just saying, bigger picture, when you zoom out, and if we want to be able to fight against this kind of stuff, we have to recognize what is driving them. And I think it's a lot more than simply, like in the case of Hillary Clinton, that they just hated the idea of a woman president, right? Or something like that.
But Lance, we have all been saying that. I think that's why this conversation for me is sort of like a given. Like, all of us since 2016 have been saying that it's the Democratic Party and their lack of a real message to working class people like that. Like the venting here about Trump's voters, I just think we're just venting. Like it's the fact that these elections are even close with this fucking lunatic, like, is insane to me.
Yeah.
So like that continues to be insane to me. It's hard not for that to be insane. But everything you're saying about the party, of course, yes,
at liberals in the Democratic Party for not listening to anyone who is just, you know, it's not like they're not aware of any of these points or facts along the way. It's not like they didn't know that there was a risk in Michigan specifically of not appealing in any way, shape, or form to any of these, you know, committed delegates that they had gotten to the committee that they would refuse to let speak. They refused to platform. Like, them and their strategy of going center right and spending more time with Liz Cheney praising Dick Cheney than they did with any Muslim or Arab voter, while Trump, on the other hand, while we were all making fun of him, have you seen the clips where he was in Michigan saying things like Dick Cheney has slaughtered millions of Arabs and Muslims?
Yeah, he had billboards in Arabic in Michigan too.
That he's playing the game while we're laughing at him, while liberals are making fun. He's the orange man. He likes McDonald's. Look at his weird face, all this kind of stuff. Well, look what the fuck he's doing on the other side, you know? And Democrats are still hoping Brat Summer and the Swiftie endorsement are going to change all this. That, like, 10 million fucking votes gone with this strategy. Like, you know, they should be absolutely revolted with themselves. The strategists, the insiders.
Are they going to learn? Which is, I don't know why I asked the question. No, they're not going to learn.
We all know.
The two losses. I've already been seeing what the cable news clowns have been saying. You know, with the occasional, you know, Chris Hayes has a good analysis. Like, there's the occasional person that knows what's going on, and that's allowed on television. But the vast majority of them are just doing the same shit they always do. They keep complaining the Democratic Party isn't far right enough. They run a far right campaign, they lose. It's not far right enough. Like, how fucking more far right do you have to go than lethal military, immigration, deporting people? How fucking more far right do you have to go? She didn't even talk about her gender, like
tariff, 100% tariff.
The most lethal military force in the world. Like,
there's two Democrats who are saying we got to get more transphobic.
How far right could you possibly go?
Yeah, and Mike's right. They're coming out now saying they got to get more transphobic.
Well, that was one. That's one guy. Yeah. I saw the
two guys plus Colin Allred. That they're going to get more transphobic. That they think that they can honestly peel off the Republican Party's base by adopting fascism. And what I'm trying to get people to realize, and this is why I'm attacking Trump voters in particular, we live in two different planes of existence, okay? We hate each other. We have irreconcilable differences. One side has to win and the other has to lose going forward. The bad guys won, and they might just have solidified their victory. But given this reality, Democrats have to understand that this is always going to be about mobilization and not persuasion. Kamala persuaded less Republican voters to support her than Joe Biden did in 2020. Okay? So with that reality, they have to understand, which they won't, because they don't care. They don't want to win. They're losers. But they have to understand that this is about getting people out to vote, not winning over fascists. The more they try to pander to fascists, the more they fuck off, tell the base to fuck off, the more they lose. So we have to understand that in this polarized environment, there's two different types of people here. There's good people and there's bad people. And I don't think it is unreasonable to dichotomize them that way. 2016, yes, you can say there were a lot of people that ended up voting for Donald Trump in spite of his racism, which isn't a great defense for them, but they voted for him despite his racism because of the economy. But we are 8 years now into the Trump era. And if you voted for him after all of this shit, there's just no excuse. I don't care how much economic anxiety you're feeling. There's just no excuse. And I don't think you could win these people back to the extent that the Democrats should try by not abandoning their principles, sure. But it goes back to like, get out the base. Trump got out the base. He turbocharged his base, got him so excited. Democrats said, fuck you. Anytime somebody would show up to protest Harris, she'd say, I'm speaking when it comes to Gaza. And then dumbass liberals put that on a fucking shirt. So it just, we need to know what we're dealing with here. Trump supporters are evil. They're demons. Democrats can't win them over. If they don't understand that, and we don't understand that we can't win them over, then it's going to be fucked. We just have to mobilize the good people to the extent that we can and get the good people. And I think we're in the minority or plurality. Get them on our side to beat the bad people.
Mike, can you pull up the graphic I put in the Twitter chat 1 second? Or sorry, the Twitter group chat.
Twitter.
All the liberal pundits right now who are telling you that this disaster happened because she was too left or too liberal or too woke, instead of identifying that her campaign is. Yeah, I know. It's absolutely absurd. It's ridiculous. I hope everyone knows she intentionally was choosing her words extremely carefully. This was not an identity politics campaign. She was not campaigning distinctly on being the first woman. She was asked once about trans rights, and she said she would follow the law, which is a very scary, fucking centrist answer to something where you should be actually standing for human rights. But when people say, like, the support of left-wing policies or populist policies, this is a picture of the independent donations that came in for Bernie Sanders versus every other candidate who ended up running until they kneecapped his campaign. So Bernie Sanders policies,
I remember this
Bernie Sanders ideas are overwhelmingly popular. It's not wokeness. He doesn't say that I'm going to usher in the wokest woke that ever woke, and we have to, maintain that no slurs will be said and things like that. No, he's talking about how everyone should have paid sick leave. That's unbelievably popular position, right? Things like that. How there's a 1% versus the 99%. All this kind of shit is stuff that resonates with all voters, regardless of who they're usually aligned with. Independent voters, sometimes Republicans, and those coveted, like, how do we get those kind of people? That's how they gutted this. Like, they had Tim Walz. Let's go.
I just want to mention, and he had huge Latino support, which Trump ended up getting a big chunk of course, in this election. Like, Bernie Sanders would have won 1,000 times over. Like, this election, 2016, 2020, he would have done better than Joe Biden did. Like, it's clear from all of the data. And the reason that people are like, well, then why can't he win the primary? Because primary voters are not general election voters. A lot of people come out to vote just in a general. Don't know what the hell's going on during a primary, but will come out to vote in a general election. Bernie Sanders, his constituency is an independent voter, someone who's not going to be a registered Democrat voting in a primary. His voter is someone who's going to vote in a general election, but he's never able to make it that far because of the fucked up system that exists. That's it. We're all done.
Was Mike breaking up? Was David breaking up for everyone or just me?
No, he was fine for me.
Oh, it was. Oh boy, my connection might be going. All right, well. If I suddenly drop out, that's why. No, it's good.
You sound fine to me, Matt. You're not breaking up for me.
All right, cool. All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I
pissed some people off. I'm not taking it back. Fuck Trump voters, every single one of them. If
I think it's fine to have these debates.
My cousins, fuck them. Like, I know these people. That's why I'm saying it. These are my cousins, my uncle, my aunt. I know these people. Fuck them. They're evil. Even though they're family, they're evil. They're just bad people. They're like, they love the joy of like taking away rights from people. Like, you should have saw the fucking Facebook post from my cousins who are Trump supporters. Yes, they love it. These people are fucking evil. And I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings. If you have family members who are Trump supporters, I understand. I don't love my family members who are Trump supporters. Fuck those people. But if you love yours, that's fine. I understand why you're upset. But it's objectively true. It's subjectively true. But they're just bad people. They relish in other people's suffering.
Again, that's not even the people I'm talking about either, though. Like, you don't get this many people voting for somebody who all are even this connected or politically aware to what's going on. Like, you see it just in, like, when, like, look at all those, like, I wish I had them on me, but there's these interviews with people about why they voted for Trump. And it's just like things that have nothing to do with him. I saw someone say they voted for Trump because they don't want to be forced to carry a miscarriage or something like that, like happened over the past couple of years.
I saw another video like that.
And it's like, they think Biden did that because it happened under Biden due to what Trump did, but they don't know anything.
I saw sorry, just on that point, I saw a video of this is someone like this is a Gen Z woman saying she voted for Trump because he protected abortion rights by putting it back to the states. Like these are the people that exist that vote. Like,
fuck her then.
Like, but these people
should have got informed. I don't know every ballot measure. I got to look that shit up. Should have got informed.
But that's,
all these people out there who are thinking tariffs are going to help them, like they don't know. And like, I wish it was that
so sad. Better know. Better start looking shit up, doing your research.
But I wish I could say that. I mean, I wish it was that simple. But how do you want better and just give up on people who are going out voting? Like, I do think obviously the bigger fish to fry here is getting the non-voters, because they're obviously more amicable to maybe what you're selling, because they clearly weren't, swayed by Trump's message, but they also weren't swayed by the Democrats' message either. But there's a good, decent number of people out there who are just fooled or tricked and don't know any better. Why give up on them? Like, I could see getting mad at them. I could see that, but you can't just give up on them.
Yeah, let me respond to this one. Is Mike giving up or redirecting energy? I'm absolutely not giving up. I've come to the conclusion that I don't think we can actually fix our system. So what does that mean? We just give up, stop voting? No, of course not. We organize and we protect the people who are the most vulnerable and protect ourselves. I think that at this point in time, the best that we can hope for is to just survive and help the people we care about survive. So that takes effort. I'm not giving up.
I'm sure you've been advocating for that forever. We should be doing that regardless of who had won this outcome, because it was always about picking your enemy ultimately. That doesn't change anything, right? Like, you should be looking towards, honestly, if you want to be winning elections, win local state elections, win local districts, campaign in that area. Watch Adam Conover's latest video if you haven't already, where the first half of it seems like he's just, praising the Democrats. He's not. He's saying they suck. But at the end of it, he's like, you know what? I live in LA. I was surrounded by homeless people. I wanted to do something about it. I joined an organization that is feeding and clothing for the homeless. And then we canvassed to get a leftist elected into our local council. And now we've reduced homelessness by doing housing for solutions. It's a real thing. You can manifest it. You can make it into reality. I did it. You can too. That's what you should be selling people on, regardless of who was going to win this election, because this election was never going to usher in socialism, usher in any kind of revolution or something like that. It was just going to hold off Trump. It was hopefully going to hold off Trump for a little while longer to buy us more time for the climate, to buy us more time for everything. But now this is life. This is the time.
I just want to respond to this. I saw Cavernacle said that no voters had the moral high ground. I love you, brother, but no, that's just so wrong. You can't tell me that me voting for Kamala to protect my trans niece is immoral.
Yeah,
there's no good option. There's no anti-genocide option, but we are voting out of survival and necessity. That's different. That's so different. So you can't equate the two and make it seem as if both sides are equally bad. Yes, both sides are capitalist. Both sides are the politicians, both sides are bad, but there's a meaningful difference there that you can't ignore. And the people who vote for harm reduction, they're not making that decision because they're evil. They're making it because there's no other choice. You have to change the system to get more parties. In Oregon, we finally had ranked choice voting on the ballot, and that motherfucker failed overwhelmingly. That's it. That's the only way to get it, and it failed. So, but like in the absence of electoral reform, it's just those two options that are going to win. So you cannot blame the voters who make a choice that is impossible, that is out of necessity. You can blame them if they vote for Hitler too. That's what I think.
Yeah, as I've said a million times, like voting is a tool. It doesn't mean like you're the person you're voting for, you agree with everything they're doing, everything they're saying. It's like, no, in this situation you're currently in, these are your options. It's like, I don't know, you back in the day when you took a flight and you had two options for a meal, like chicken or fish. It was like, these are my options. Do I want the chicken or the fish? Like those are the fucking options. Like if you could have a better system and better options, then they're great. But people voting for harm reduction, I think, makes total sense. I can never tell if Cab is like trolling or being honest.
He's probably trolling.
He trolls quite
like
a bit, so it's hard to tell when he's actually being honest.
Trolls
but
so much.
I did want to share this. The clip I was talking about. It's a really quick clip. Here, this one.
And I like that he didn't actually plan to ban abortion. He just brought it back to the States.
That's genius over here. Good job. Good job. you just fucked around and found out for everyone in your state. So congratulations, dumb fuck.
It's just like, how do you do with that? Like there are people
I wish
like
that the consequences could only hurt her for being a dumbass, but it hurts all women. How fucked is that? Right? These people be dumbasses and we all gotta fucking suffer because of it. They're tying a fucking cement brick to all of our fucking legs and throwing us in the ocean. Why can't it just be them? You want to make a suicidal vote? You should be the one to suffer only. Fuck you. It's so unfair.
Majority of white women voted for Trump. And as Matt Brunig always likes to point out, Trump won the majority of what is it? What is it? He won the majority of women and like multiracial groups. Like he won, like if you include all them together, the number of those groups that voted for him is more than just white men.
Oh yeah, I love how there's these charts about queer people. Like we did our part, 86% voted for Harris. I'm like, hey, reverse. That means 14% voted for Trump. Let me talk to these F slurs real quick. What? Hey, brothers and sisters, what the fuck are we doing? Why are you so stupid and suicidal? I'll see you at the camp though. So dumbass, like what the fuck?
Even black women though, who are the most loyal Democratic voters, they get like 92% or something. You're never gonna get 100%. There's always gonna be people in every different demographic group who go the other way. 92% or something like that is a lot. It's you can't. What do you? I mean, but like 88% of American Jewish people voted for Harris. I mean, after all of that, and
the complaints I was seeing, or the media, some of the media coverage of that. Oh, Harris didn't protect Israel enough. She didn't talk about protecting Israel enough, and that really hurt her. These are people on television
honestly,
that are supposed to know what they're talking about.
That is
I hope they go into the gulag first. Please, God, let them go first so I can watch it.
Yeah, Mike.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Your anger at voters, I get that anger for sure, but like that anger should be intensified on media morons. These fucking idiots.
I've got a lot of anger to go around. Don't you worry.
That has any power.
I've got a lot of anger to go around.
I mean, it's really amazing though to see like the takes that don't want to like understand what happened. Like you're seeing a lot of the Democratic consultant class like not want to understand what happened. I keep seeing, she was a great candidate who ran a flawless campaign. I mean, you can't say that when you lost. Like you just can't say that when you lost. Yeah. I mean, do I think she got thrown under the bus and everything was she had an uphill battle all because of Biden and his world, the Biden world? Absolutely. They threw her to the wolves from the bat. But you can't but she accepted it and she started off pretty good. And then she decided to bring in that Democratic consultant class. Her choice to do that. It's her campaign.
Yep.
And then immediately destroy that upward, swing that they were doing off the bat. Like, who knows what could have happened? Like, still, the odds were against her and her campaign, but who knows what would have happened if they kept that high level momentum up for the entire campaign. If they didn't
separated herself from Biden, like
that's
clearly and consistently.
That's another thing. She refused, knowing that Biden was one of the most unpopular presidents of all time, and his administration, the approval ratings were in the toilet. When she was flatly asked what would she do different, she said nothing. She said she would do exactly the same. Why did she do that? I mean, does she really feel that way? I don't know, but part of the reason that the whole campaign never ever strayed from the Biden administration's policies or messaging was because they didn't want to tarnish Biden's legacy. She cared more, the campaign cared more about Biden's legacy than actually her winning the presidency. If I was running for president, I was told, oh, you got to throw your your mom and dad under the bus to win the presidency. Sorry, mom and dad, I got to win the fucking presidency. Under the bus you go.
Yeah.
Right?
The entire country is depending on me. You got to understand it. Hey, if my kid was running for president and they said, man, Republicans would fucking flip in a second if you threw Matt Binder under the bus. They hate that guy. Oh, buddy, son, do it immediately. You got hundreds of millions of people depending on you.
Yep.
But she couldn't
100%.
do that to Joe Biden.
Can I just point out for a second the concession speech where she was talking about, in dark times, you look up at the sky and it's dark, but we'll be those specks of light. We'll be the sky, the stars in the sky. That, honestly, seeing that, I'm like, she straight up she pieced the fuck out, left us with fascism, and gave us the worst platitude I've ever heard. We're all stars in the sky. Literally, that made me want to unalive myself hearing that. I'm like, oh, well, thank you, Kamala. That platitude fucked me. That's going to make me feel better as we go into the camps, at least. I can look up at the sky from the camp and see the stars and think I'm one of them. What the fuck? Who makes this shit up? Who wrote that for her? Did she think that up herself? Like, what the fuck? What are we doing?
Did you see that billionaires got a record $68 billion in accrued wealth through stock enrichment?
Yep.
Like the billionaires, the elites, by the way, the elites that everyone claims Trump is going to destroy and they hate. That was the best day ever for the elites, including the billionaires the DNC was parading around at their party. Everyone is fucking laughing right now, including the rich insiders in the Democratic establishment. Like everyone is fucking rich as fuck. What a payday. It doesn't matter. It's a game. It's a fucking
how crazy is it?
Yeah.
No, to your point, Lance, how crazy is it that the capitalist class co-opted the anti-establishment rhetoric? And now we have the richest man on earth running around talking about the establishment as if he isn't the quintessential establishment. And people are just like, yeah, this is fine. Like somebody I was arguing with on Twitter because I called Joe Rogan a baboon brain dipshit or whatever the fuck. You're like, see, but you're being elitist. I'm like, I, a non-millionaire, am being elitist to a multi-millionaire. Do you understand how stupid you sound right now?
He's the wealthiest podcaster in the world.
Right. Yeah. You could say I'm being a smug prick, but I am incapable of being an elitist to that elite. I feel like people are just so easily duped that there's just no hope, especially when you consider, just compare us. We're together, we have over 1 million different subscribers, right? Although we're all losing it because of the election, people are tuning out. Okay.
If you combine my...
I noticed that the day after. It was just like
I lost 1,000.
I hit.
Yeah. I was like, I get it. I totally get it.
I hit 600K the day of the election, and I was like, oh, cool, 600K. The day after, it was 599.
Well, you get to hit that milestone again, David.
I get to hit it again. Can't wait.
I don't know if I got hit on YouTube because I don't really have that many YouTube subscribers to begin with. That's why I was sort of it's funny. You're like, oh, together we got 1 million subscribers. Yeah, if you, I have 1 million subscribers if you count Dave Dole and Humanist Report's channel cumulatively. Yes, I do. But I did notice it on Twitter. Twitter, I dropped thousands of followers almost immediately after the election results came in. It was just like, no, and I barely ever care about that. I barely ever pay attention to that. But this was
I wonder if that's
so
some
noticeable
bots.
because of how many and how quick it was. I did wonder. I wondered if it was for Twitter specifically. I wondered if it was bots that, you know, their job was done, no longer needed for the election.
Yeah, it is Twitter.
Or I wondered if it was a large number of people who, because of Trump's win and Elon Musk's involvement, they were like, I'm deactivating. I'm off there. I'm not going to be on there anymore.
I'm seeing a Blue Sky more active, Threads more active. I'm going to be on Blue Sky and Threads more often as well. By the way, I have the same. If you follow me on Twitter, just at David Doel, David Dole, on both of those. But yeah, I want to share this as well, just because this is his chief of staff was a lobbied for a tobacco company. That's that's the kind of draining the swamp with tobacco lobbyists. Apparently, is what's going to replace them, and billionaires and CEOs. Just like the dumbest shit imaginable. We're already starting with it.
Yeah,
I mean, I saw that there was someone on Democracy Now. I think it was a historian. I should really look up his name, but someone made the point that a major issue here now is that there are a lot of people doing gig work, and gig work makes these people think not like, you know, blue collar union workers, union guys. Gig work makes these people think that they're all little entrepreneurs, little small business owners. So they start to think like that. They don't start having class solidarity with their fellow, you know, service industry workers and the working class. They start to consider themselves in the group of the small business owner and entrepreneur, even though they're friggin' opening up an app, but because they own the hours, they own how they work. And it makes a lot of sense when you think about it, how gig work has sort of warped how certain people think. Like think about the whole like hustle culture. Oh, you know, work. You just like get out there, hit the streets, hit the ground running, just, you know, grind, rise and grind.
Like the whole Gary V phenomenon. I thought we were like past that, but we're back on that.
We're not though. Like maybe Sigma. We're not though. Like that's the thing. There's so many people who are now considering themselves like that while they're doing and getting paid the equivalent of a service industry worker or like a labor skill job, but they're viewing themselves as the guy, you know, having $1 million in sales turnover and trying to figure out how to pay his employees less and pay less in taxes. I mean, there's a real issue here that needs to be addressed, honestly.
Yeah, but that's what Trump speaks to, right? At the end of the day, no one is mad at their boss. No one is mad at the company that exploits them. No one is mad at that. We're mad at immigrants. We're mad at trans kids. Like that's all of these fucking the inaffordability, the housing crisis, the fact that no one can afford anything, and it's just as bad in Canada as in the US. That's why people like this are capable of pulling off what they do. Because this shit, like, it's the same thing with why does Andrew Tate and all these other Sneeko and these like MLM scam multi-marketer assholes who teach men to hate women as a way of trying to appeal to women, why do they have an appeal? Because at the end of the day, all the dudes who have been told their entire lives to be a man, you have to be an earner and you have to be a protector and you have to be a provider and all that kind of shit. And then the world is hard and difficult. And then as you get hard, it gets worse and worse, more income inequality. Along come people with answers. They are lying. Their answers are false. The faux populists, the Trump shit, they are offering a solution to all this. But that stuff at the end of the day, it's just going to continuously make people more miserable. And it's gonna allow the rich, in this case with Trump, he's gonna fucking excavate the crumbs, like what little is left. Corporate taxes are gonna go down. Like, you know, there we go. That's exactly what's gonna take place.
And to your point, what I was trying to touch on earlier was the fact that like we just can't compete with these folks. Before I brought up like the losing subscriber thing, we're farting in the wind. It feels like by comparison. If you look at the top 10 streamers on election day, every single one of them was far right, with the exception of Hassan Piker. He's the only one.
By the way, on that point, Mike, don't answer this. This is just a question, a trivia question. If you guys haven't seen this chart, I assume, Mike, you've seen the whole chart. Who do you think is the number one on that list? Mike's laughing because he knows.
I know.
Take a guess. Lance, take a guess.
Tim Pool.
You'll never fucking believe it.
Not Tim Pool. Binder, who's the number one streamer on election day? Right wing streamer. Take a guess.
Ben Shapiro.
Dan Bongino.
Oh, Bongino!
I like a lot. I had no idea that this fucking loser. Sorry, I might interrupt you. You can continue, but I just want to.
He sort of
continue.
From like he sort of disappeared from like the discourse. Like he's not really involved as much as you used to see. Like a lot of these guys are in the muck, like getting involved in the big conversations throughout social media. Dan Bongino is sort of I don't see him anymore really.
Yeah,
getting
but
around.
Also he was never interesting. This is why I think it's. I don't know, from my perspective, you can't compete with these people because first they have the money on their side, of course, but also like morons are interesting to people. Like as somebody, like, I used to watch Joe Rogan before he made the clear turn to the right. Like, you know, I'm talking back 2014, 15 is when I watched him. There were moments, of course, but it's like, all right, I'll just excuse that, whatever, because he's an idiot. He doesn't know things. But then as it got worse and worse and worse, and of course, stopped watching. But like the people that are still with him are dumber than he is. And they're along for the ride with all this fucking bullshit that he's gone into now, where it's just like he's appealing to people. The reason why this a big talk on social media this week about the left needs a Joe Rogan. You can't have, it's not possible because Joe Rogan's appeal is because he's stupid. There is no left-wing version of him. He's his own thing. Also, because he's a moron.
That's definitely part of it, but I also think part of it is they're fundamentally misunderstanding why Joe Rogan is so popular. Like Joe Rogan is not a political show. Like it's a comedy podcast where he on most episodes sits around with his comedian buddies and talks about whatever the fuck's going on in the industry or in the news or whatever. But the thing is, he got popular doing that, having an entertainment show, an entertainment talk show. And then he had it all on all these right wingers introducing this apolitical or non-political audience to right wingers and making them look reasonable to this apolitical audience doesn't know any better. And now they're no longer an apolitical audience, but that's how they got there. Like if Joe Rogan started a right-wing show and started interviewing like fucking on today's show Chuck Grassley, senator from Iowa, he wouldn't have been that popular.
But like those shows, like there are comedy shows and video game shows that are primarily those things, and they do have left-wing politics. Like those things exist. They're just not as big as Rogan is because Rogan is Rogan. But it would be tough for anyone with great politics to have a show that isn't about politics that to be as big as like a Rogan because it's just like it's lightning in a bottle. He's his own thing. You can't really do that.
Did you see that post? Someone said that the Harris campaign spent almost $1 billion in their spending, and it was worthless at the end of the day because Trump won so badly. But that leaves them at a 3-to-1 spending. Trump was like $333 million on like TV ads and stuff like that, meaning they could have spent that $600 million on us, and I think it would have been better spent.
I agree.
I agree.
Where's my cut?
Yeah. I didn't know you were going. I didn't know you were going for the joke. But I agree, but I
wasn't going for a joke. I'm being half serious.
but none of it mattered though. None of it mattered. Trump had no ground game, no canvassing, no phone banking.
No ground game.
The Democrats had a whole apparatus for the ground game, canvassing, knocking on doors, phone banking. Something like millions of people were reached.
Every major celebrity
in just days. None of it mattered because the messaging wasn't there. You can bring out all of the accomplishments Biden had to help people, but the Democrats never got it through to people that this is what we did. This is how it helped you. This is what we are doing. This is how it will help you. This is what we are going to do. This is how it would help you. They never got this down, and they never did. They never did. They just ran on not being Trump and how dangerous Trump was. It just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. It never has been enough. It's the same campaign that Hillary ran in 2016, and it wasn't enough. What made them think it would be enough this time? I just, and now when you really think about it, if not for COVID, Biden doesn't win in 2020. Trump gets reelected.
1000%. Yep.
Trump gets reelected because they did not learn. They did not learn. They got lucky with COVID in being able to use that as the messaging because Trump bungled that so badly.
Well, they did win, but the Democrats stole it. Trump won, but the Democrats stole it. We can admit it now. We stole it. We helped. Oh, by the way, on that note,
amazing?
did you all see that?
He was like,
Joe
"Oh,
Rogan
Pennsylvania's
clip?
looking. I don't know about Pennsylvania. Oh, never mind. It's all fine." Like,
Yeah.
So fucking gross.
I gotta play this shit for you from Joe Rogan. This to me is just speaks to the rawest. Yeah. I don't know if the audience has seen this yet. Let me find it. I'm sorry. My heart is racing. I'm on so much caffeine. I know I came in hot. I apologize to all of you in the audience.
I was gonna say, Mike, you're in rare form. I'm enjoying it.
I had way too much caffeine.
That's good.
I apologize if I'm coming in a little bit too hot.
I'm no way hurt. In fact, everyone in the chat was like, "Holy shit! I've never seen them all debate each other angrily. I like this." And I was like, "Oh shit! Is that the show now?"
We need to disagree
This is
more.
what the show should.
We just need to become Piers Morgan.
We should fight more.
We need to. We need to.
Just
We
yelling,
need to.
No, it
yelling
makes a better
Neds
show.
the whole time.
I agree.
We need to-
Yeah, you know what?
spice
Fuck
it
you
up
guys.
on
I take back my apology.
Yeah.
No more echo chambers.
Yeah, fuck all of you. Suck my dick. Okay, here's Joe Rogan.
So, turns out voting works. It's real. As much as we fucking thought they had it rigged, as much as we thought there was shenanigans and bullshit and it's just a puppet show and there's no way anybody could buck the system, turns out voting is still real. So,
my side wins. Voting is real. Like how? This is what I'm talking. You can't replicate this on the left. No one's just fucking stupid who votes the proper way.
I mean,
Who
just
cares
think about
about people?
how unfair
Who cares
the
about
world
working class
is. A
issues?
couple of weeks ago, Lance put out the most beautiful video on the Surf channel. It was about Master Chef, but it ended up being about the purpose of life. He spent hours, fucking almost a year doing this video. Beautiful video. David Dole every day meticulously crafts together a video that's 10 to 12 minutes long. That is very informative. It gets you in because of the entertainment value. It's some clip, but then you dive in and learn something every single time. Matt Bender speaks very eloquently every single week on the Majority Report and on scammed economy and explains things.
Oh, I haven't
the
done
tech
that
world,
show.
in
I haven't
ways
done that
that
show
we
in
aren't
months.
able to. Shut up, Matt. Let me compliment you. And I, every single day, do the best job on the Humanist Report and all this work we put in. And then you get Joe Rogan, who shits out a 3-hour podcast and gets infinitely more views, infinitely more money, and we're sitting here scraping by. It's just not fair. Even the best of the, like, H-Bomber guy, biggest in the BreadTube sphere, not even a fraction of one episode of Joe Rogan. We cannot compete with them. I think we can convert people here and there on the margins, but there's no way to combat this. It's a fucking David versus Goliath.
To be fair, I think I'd rather be H-Bomber guy because it's like one video a year, then he goes into hiding. It's fantastic. That's like an amazing life to me.
True. Instead, you see about video games.
Yeah, and he gets a lot of video games.
On a video game
Sounds great.
Doesn't he spend a lot of time on that video though? Isn't it like an
no, it's
hour-long, heavily
it's a lot of work.
researched?
I'm not trying to like undercut it. No. It's a lot of work.
Did you mention the amount of costumes you'd have to buy to pull that stuff off?
All the research, it's a lot of work. I'm just saying, it sounds one video a year sounds amazing.
I mean, if you want to,
it's the research. That is one of the things, right? Tim Pool can say whatever the fuck he wants. Did you watch Sam Cedars debate where he admitted it out loud? He's like, "You're right. I don't think that a civil war is likely. Maybe less than 0% or something like that." And it's like, you can just say whatever you want. Every day, you're not accountable for anything. You literally just look at the headline of an article from the Daily Mail or whatever the fuck, talk for 10 minutes, and then hit send, and then you're out, and then that's it. Your audience doesn't have to correct you. No one has to correct you. There's nothing. There's no accountability. There's no, I was wrong, I want to apologize for that. There's zero. It's like that. It's impossible. Like, how do you like, you're doing all this heavy, like, I want to teach you kids about theory now. Let's talk about Marxism and the exploitation of labor and all that kind of stuff. It's like, no, motherfuckers, I just get to go in front, turn on the camera and be like, hey, by the way, trans kids are killing your immigrants or something like that. And it works.
Yeah.
It works.
Trans kids are killing my immigrants?
See? He's upset. He's already
It doesn't have to make sense.
It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't. Just use the buzzwords and just mumble them all together, and there you go.
Bro, this is why it's so effective. You just go out there and you say, I'm mad about crime. Immigrants are taking our jobs, and they will eat that shit up. I mean, it's just that first of all, it's easy because there's a low barrier to entry. You don't need any knowledge to get into it. So any Tom, Dick, or Harry can spout off right-wing talking points and blow the fuck up past us. I've been doing this for 10 years. Motherfucker who starts tomorrow on the right can surpass me in like a month if they say the right shit and have a little bit of charisma. So it's easy, and it's what people want. It soothes their dark souls, where it's like, yeah, I too hate crime and immigrants, and yeah, brown people. I'm seeing more of them, and I don't like this. It makes me feel bad. Thank you for affirming my bigotry. They like that shit, and it's just
should do that. Should we just?
That's what we're competing with.
What if we just stop trying? What if we just stop trying? We just turn the camera on, just start fucking verbal diarrhea, whatever the fuck comes out of our brains.
But that's what Trump has perfected, though. He lies and throws so much shit out there that you can't address any single thing, because by the time you address one, he's already shat 10 others out. So like
Exactly.
it gets to the point where like it becomes normalized. I mean, it is normal now. Nothing, you could say anything now and you're not surprised. And it makes it so easy for people to look past. Like, oh, that's just Trump being Trump. He said he's going to lower the egg prices. So got my vote. I mean, there are so many people who are not who even know what he's said in terms of what he wants to do, but doesn't believe he'll do it because he's thrown so much shit out there that some of it sounds so insane that he won't do. Like right now, he's saying he's gonna. I just saw a video that he's said he's on day one he's gonna sign an executive order removing birthright citizenship. Like he's not gonna be able to do
denaturalization. Is that the one?
Yes. He says,
or is that a different one I'm thinking of?
I don't. I can't watch the video. I just saw the video come up, and that's how it was described. I mean, do they think he's going to do it? Do they think he's not going to do it? Is he going to try to do it? Can he do it? I mean, it's in the Constitution. He can't. I don't think he can do it. It would require an amendment. You would need to go through Congress to change the Constitution. But he throws so much shit out there that people don't know what to believe, or they just easily brush it off, thinking like he's not going to do it.
Yeah, we're living in a post-fact era, and winning people over with facts, it doesn't work. When I started this, facts were all the rage. It was kind of like dying out, but facts were all the rage, and people could win each other over with facts and whatnot. But now, if you
facts and logic.
Kinda, and then they start to slide into the actually we hate Muslims.
Right.
And so it started to kind of die out, Gamergate and whatnot. But even if you look at debates, as informative as they can be, nobody ever wins a debate based on substance. It's on performance, how fast they talk, how many points they're able to get out before they're interrupted. So it's just the way that we consume information it's not helping us get smarter.
I don't think Ben Shapiro even does his.
No. I'm saying the debates can
That's
be
true.
run in a lot of ways. In what clip is uploaded to the internet and goes viral. I've seen clips from a debate where I was like, "Oh my god, that person got destroyed," and then I go and watch the whole thing, and I was like, "Oh, this is terrible." But that one clip is funny.
Yeah,
like,
the way shit's taken out of context.
It's hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, like so they try to go for those types of viral moments, and politicians are even kind of trying to go for the viral moments where they'll, like we saw this with the debates, where they'll have one rehearsed line that they say, and then as soon as they say it, it gets tweeted out. And so we're just like we're becoming a society of just sound bites, and we can only think in tweets and TikToks, and we don't actually like think comprehensively and logically, which is why we're all so fucking stupid. Part of it is we're just genuinely innately stupid, myself included. I'm not excluding myself. I'm a dumbass bitch, but like we're getting dumber because of the conditions, this technology, social media as well. And I just don't know how in this era we overcome that. I think that the stupidity won. Like we're becoming idiocracy. Like I feel like this election solidified the dumb fuckification of America. I'm just like, my brain is cooked after this election. I don't know how to fix it.
There are people that who look at a headline from a well-respected journalist who does all the groundwork and dots all the I's, crosses all the T's, and then they'll see a 60-second TikTok video and they'll view the same as equal in terms of the rigor of whatever is inside of it, because it's published online, I'm consuming it. They're claiming this and they're claiming that. but I'm not going to double check. It's it's out there. They said it. It is stunning. It is stunning. And you know, not to go back to the first conversation we were having, but it is a generational divide, and it's not divided by young and old. It's literally like millennials are in this bubble where we remember life before the internet and came up on it, so we understand what to look out for. And older people didn't have the internet, and younger people only had the internet, and they are getting fooled left and right.
Yeah.
In good news, Finland has introduced curriculum to teach media literacy to all children, and it's showing to have really good results. We should emulate that. The program in Finland is something that we could start advocating for. I would.
Donald Trump's gonna abolish the Department of Education, so I don't think.
Maybe that's the way to start. Start anew. Burn it all down and start fresh.
No, this is how I feel about that. Fuck you, Finland. You throwing that in our faces? Fuck you, and fuck Canada for having universal health care. Fuck you.
It's universal. We got problems with. I mean,
I'm jealous.
The province. We still got issues.
While so many people are watching, I will say you should subscribe to my channel if you're not already subscribed. YouTube.com/MattBender. There's more people than usual watching.
I think, I think since we have so many super chats, a lot of them may bring some conversations, and we should start going through them because there's a lot.
Right.
Okay,
but remember, subscribe to my channel.
YouTube.com/MattBender.
YouTube.com/MattBender. YouTube.com/MattBender. Oh, by the way, I also am starting a second channel for strictly non-political content. You should subscribe to that one too. I haven't really a channel name for it, so I'll drop the link in the chat for you to all subscribe to that one too. But remember, YouTube.com/MattBender.
I just want to address one quick thing. There's people saying like y'all
YouTube.com/MattBender.
Amazon or Spotify. So how are you ever going to advocate for any kind of substantive change? I don't know what advantage you get to every leftist in the world just being on Mastodon. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, yeah, these platforms all suck and they're owned by terrible people. But like, how in the fuck are you going to reach anybody being on these exclusively super socialist or leftist, decentralized?
That's like saying don't use a fucking iPhone or something. Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, these are the dumbest arguments in the fucking world. You want us to just not exist in society and then somehow amass change by living in a fucking forest? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Well,
we didn't build this system.
Yeah, like we need to use this
again. We
against.
didn't build the system. We exist
We're in enemy territory.
But you participate in the system. Very interesting. Same bullshit meme. I mean, no, the meme's good, but the bullshit argument. Anyways,
see, we need to just go after the lefties now. Okay, we need some time for lefty infighting as well. Like, stop with the purity critiques about how you're more lefty because you fucking you don't shop on Amazon. Bitch, my medicine is cheaper on Amazon. Fuck you. They're terrible, but we don't have a fucking choice sometimes.
How dare you save money?
I mean, Jeff Bezos.
Say I'm not a real leftist. You can't be a socialist because I go to fucking Walmart.
You got to kill
Little
your
Debbie
own
snacks are $1 cheaper. I'm sorry. I'm so off.
I think you're Mike. This is like maybe your best. I
know this might be your best.
Honestly, this is like one of our best episodes because we're all like fucking hyped up and angry.
I think I just need to get really caffeinated, get high, and then just make a fool of myself, shit my pants on stream, and then I'll become the next Hassan Piker. No, because this only works on the right, so never mind.
But if you amass a right-wing audience, there we go. That's how the deprogramming starts. You get them on board with your insanity, and then start educating.
Yeah,
Celeste. So I think we should just read through these. I could just read through all these to make it quick. Because it's going to be a lot instead of being like this yours, because we'll be here all day. Because there's actually a lot of these, but anything that where there's a conversation, we can stop. But Celeste, thank you for your super chat. Kamala never had a chance. Now we're in a nightmare. Yes, thank you for your super.
I think she had a chance. It just was an uphill battle.
She had it. Yeah. I mean, we talked about this earlier, but she had a chance if she was able to, or not she able to. Of course, she was able to. If she separated herself from Biden very clearly, of course, as current VP, that's hard to do. I get it, but if that's what you have to do to win, you have to do that to win, and she didn't do that enough. Raymond, thank you for membership. MC Smith, thank you for your membership for whoever you subscribe to. Chris, is it too late to expand the Supreme Court? Senate already killed the nominee filibuster.
Yeah, it's not too late for Biden to drone strike Clarence Thomas or Alito, though, or have Sotomayor drop out.
He's joking.
No, I'm
And
not.
he'd be
I'm
immune.
not.
He'd be immune.
I'm just
He'd be
kidding. No,
immune, by the way.
I'm just joking.
Any official act taken by the president, he
No.
can't get in trouble for it.
On a serious note, though, this
Is Biden gonna do anything in this
Supreme Court said.
time?
Biden can do anything right now, right?
But is he going? I guess my question is,
Also-
will he do anything?
Also, you can't
Not
get
that,
in
but,
trouble for saying Biden drone strike a Supreme. It's not something that you could go ahead and ostensibly
Sure,
do
you're
by
not- you're
yourself.
not
It's not
calling
like
for
you're
it.
saying
Matt,
something
Matt.
realistic.
You're not calling for violence. What if you were just
Yeah.
reporting on it? You said I heard
People
some
know-
people say, yeah.
Matt, I
you
I
all
had a
know
video
I'm joking
pulled
when I
down.
talk about that.
I had not pulled down. I had a video demonetized by YouTube because I showed a family crying, a Lebanese family crying. It was in the news, the New York Times article. They were crying because they lost a family member. That the video got demonetized because that's the part they clipped, like, because of this. Like, you so who the fuck knows? It doesn't. There's no consistency with this shit platform.
It's so frustrating.
Tokyo
I
Hans
didn't realize.
says, Matt, since you are straight edge, I want to drink on your behalf due to the result of the election. Shot of whiskey, vodka, or tequila. Already had a bottle of Chardonnay on Mike's behalf.
Well, being that you
yeah.
sent that like 2 hours ago, I'm assuming you're already drunk at this point on all three. Hopefully, you haven't been waiting for my answer.
Elliot, is that
Already
Elliot?
refused refugees.
How long before Canada refuses refugees?
We already clamped down on them. But I did provide links. If you haven't seen them already, there's links. I put them up on Twitter too. There are two pathways to get, if you're LGBTQ plus, there are refugee pathways and channels to Canada that you can start applying for right now. The typical routes, worker visas, all that kind of stuff, that does work. But you, again, if you are in a vulnerable community, especially in a red state where you feel that your life or the life of your children or the life of your family members are in danger, you can apply via that.
Or you could just enter illegally, start saying sorry or about now, and they won't even realize it. You'll just blend in.
Chris Theobald, David, I am from a small northern Ontario town of about 200 people. You can't escape the dumpster fire. That is the world right now. Sorry. You can escape the information dump for sure. This is not probably smart for me to say, but if this shit's overwhelming, like, check in every week or so. Like, if you still want to be informed, you don't have to be consuming shit every day if you feel like it's hurting your mental health.
Yeah.
As much as I would love for you to be here all the time.
Watch it now. Why don't you all just tune out everything else and then join us every Thursday on Leftist Mafia? There you go.
I saw a comment from some lady. She's like, Mike, I have to unsubscribe. You did nothing wrong. I just can't take it. And it's like, I really understand you so much. Don't even apologize. I get it. Trust me.
Yeah.
Oh, now I have 599,999 subscribers because you unsubscribed. Just stay subscribed. Stop watching, but stay subscribed.
Tokyo Hans, let's change the name to Data Battle.
I hate it. I'm sorry, Tokyo.
I don't even know why
I'm not sure what that really means.
Knowledge fight, InfoWars, play on InfoWars.
Oh,
okay.
Yes,
I still
of
don't
course.
like it though.
Now I get it.
And
now
it'd be
I like it more.
DB as the acronym. I don't like that.
News clash.
DB.
Justin, hey David, since you're Canadian, good luck up there in y'all election next year. I heard a lot about Pierre Poilievre. Probably from me. I got a bunch of people like, why don't you do more in Canada? First, I have. Secondly, it's currently a U.S. election, so clearly there's going to be a little less Canadian content right now. But election next
When
year.
is the Canadian
so I'm sure I'll
election?
be doing more on this.
Next year, yeah.
It may be called in the spring. If not, it'll be later in the fall.
Oh, you guys don't have like scheduled ones, right? Like you got to call them, right?
It's scheduled if it's not, if it doesn't happen yet.
For the schedule, yeah.
So it will be in the fall if it's not called, but it'll likely be called beforehand though. Still alive, are Matt and Mike going to move out of the country? Are you both at all worried about your personal well-beings?
Me? I'm not moving. I'm here to stay, baby. I
mean, you're both in better states, like Oregon.
I would like
to. I'm in New York. I think we'll be fine. Obviously, not everybody everywhere will be fine, but why would I leave? This is is our place too, our country too. Damn it!
I hate the country, so I would like to move. There's a lot of options: Spain, Costa Rica, Brazil, Argentina, Australia, New Zealand. There's a lot of options. One day I would like to move.
What is
so
that?
Maybe one day, probably not in the near future.
What is that? What is that? Dido? What was that singer? That Dido song?
Dido?
I will go down with this ship. You remember
That's
that
Dido.
song?
I'm not going down with the ship. Yeah. This is just a plot of land to me. I don't give a fuck.
I'm going down with the ship, baby.
No, this is a plot of land to me. I don't give a shit about it. I'm bouncing if shit hits the fan.
You know what's fun? This is this short story, but it may sound a little melodramatic, but the day after the election, when I woke up, I'm like, I want to go drive, get a coffee or something. I need to like go for a drive. And I plug my phone in. I'm like, what random song is going to pop up to make me feel better? The song that comes up, I'm not sure you know the song, but it's called Lost Together by Blue Rodeo. It's a Canadian band. And it's about like, you know, it was the perfect song, I got to say, for the moment. Because it was like sad, but like, don't worry, we have each other to get through this. It was just like, oh my God, this is like the perfect song to come up right now. But it was just, there are music, I got to say, if you're feeling shitty, put some music on. Like, find what you're feeling and, you know, just kind of vibe out. And it's you know, you're not going to solve problems, but it may just help you a little bit. It's good.
I don't know why, but your story, I really thought you were to go like all of a sudden I put on my car and the radio automatically starts and all of a sudden I start hearing, "Ooh, don't worry, I'll be."
Oh God.
That would have been a funny song to come on. But that is not on my playlist, unfortunately. Where am I? Tokyo Hans yelling at clouds would be age appropriate for a show name.
I kind of like that.
You know what? That's not a bad name.
I kind of like that because that's what we're doing.
That is actually a pretty nice name.
I mean, we're not Grandpa Simpson age. I mean,
no, we're not Abe
No.
Simpson. It's a funny reference that millennials would appreciate, but it does make you feel real old. Here we go. Another podcast.
Danny Belmont, Gen Z man here. I promise we are not all Nazis. David is one of my favorite YouTubers.
That's not
Matt
a good.
Binder
That's
would
not a
say,
good
well, that doesn't mean
argument.
anything.
That's not a good argument. Yeah.
Rational math.
I got the joke from you, Matt. I already knew where you were going with that one.
Danny, I wish nothing but the best for you, and I hope you get all the pussy and or bussy and everybody else's incels and virgins until they die in your generation who's pro-Trump. So good for you,
100%.
Danny.
Cult Dog. So where the hell do we go from here? Workers' Party or massive party reform? We can't have this in 2 years. We need something
There's a
drastic.
potential general strike coming up. You know, if Sean Fain can actually unite all those different organizations and unions and call for legitimate.
That's in
general
4
strike,
years, though.
Yeah, true.
I'll believe it when I see it. What I would love to see is an organic socialist movement emerge where we literally violently seize the means of production. That's what I want to see, because the politicians aren't going to like let you have that. Bernie kind of was moving there where he's like, I'll have some workers on the boards. We'll pass this reform. I would like to see an actual socialist movement pop up. Socialist militia, even, dare I say, where they actually take power away from elites violently. I'm not saying we have to kill them, but we can place them in re-education camps.
Can we just not get kicked off YouTube, please?
Okay, I'm just joking.
I do not agree with this idea. I will say, Bernie Sanders, I feel like he's being kind of cryptic, but he put like a message out, like basically just slamming the party, but ended it with "Stay tuned." I'm just curious what's going on there?
I didn't
have some
catch
idea?
that, David.
Mm-hmm.
If he gives
What's
those
going
comments
on?
with like a violent overthrow,
I feel like, Bernie has done what he can
We're
with
gonna
the
storm
party,
the
and now he's
Capitol.
like, "Fuck this fucking party." What'd you say?
yes.
Storm the Capitol. Stay good.
You know, people keep floating like celebrities like Jon Stewart for president. No, we need our own Hugo Chavez. We don't need a fucking Jon Stewart or a celebrity or our own version of Donald Trump. We need Hugo Chavez. That's what we need in this country. That's how you win leftist worker power.
Celeste. Says I'm older Gen Z. The younger ones barely. The younger ones barely know Trump. Yeah, that's something I've also like. Gen Z
Well, that's
grew up.
embarrassing.
They grew up where Trump was like normal, like being a piece of shit as a politician is like a normal thing. Actually, this reminds me. I wish I could find it now, but I'm not sure what the poll is. But there's a poll of I think the questions was something like, do you find Donald Trump to be mean? I think that the phrasing was something like that. And Gen Z said no, like no, he's not mean. Every other generation said yes, like or like is he a little too extreme in his rhetoric? They're like for them, because they grew up seeing this, it's normal for them to see this fucking lunatic as a politician and think that's normal to act this way, where the rest of us clearly lived before that. So I could see that also being an issue there.
If you were voting in your first election and you're 18 years old, when Donald Trump won the presidency last time, you were 10. You very likely weren't even paying attention to politics. By the time he was out of office, you're 14. Maybe you still even aren't paying attention to politics. I'm gonna gather that a lot of 14-year-olds. I was probably an anomaly because I got into punk music and I became super political. And 9/11 happened, and I really dove in. If you didn't have those moments or that experience, I'm gonna assume at 14 you're not getting into politics either. So yeah, it's not surprising to hear that they don't know about him. I mean, to me, the more concerning thing is that Gen X said they knew he's a bad guy and they happily voted for him anyway.
They want RFK and control of health policy. Oh my God, I don't even want to think about
Oh, you reminded me of that, David.
Sorry, didn't mean to get all back into negative bullshit. Jeremy, thank you for your Canadian, whoever this is for, Canadian $5. If you could say anything to Trudeau, Singh, or Polyev to help avoid this kind of outcome in next year's Canadian election, what would it be?
Drop out, Trudeau. Drop the fuck out now. Drop out now before the election.
Right?
Do it, or give yourself time. Drop out, Trudeau. The country's burnt out on you. They're burnt out on neoliberal policies. You will get fucking crushed. Drop out.
How funny would it be if Trudeau drops out and nominates Kamala Harris?
I actually think I agree with you, but I also think liberals are going to lose anyways. Like I think it's because the way politics works here, it's less about a figurehead. I mean, of course, people hate Trudeau, but it's also about just the party, right? Like people are not going to vote for liberals next time. We're seeing this in polling; it's very clear. The opportunity here, potentially, because this is going to be a change election, is for Jagmeet Singh and the NDP. But I don't think he's the right leader for the party. He doesn't go where he needs to go. Yeah, he's got to be replaced. He should be replaced now. If the NDP run a real, like, I don't think it's crazy to think, because this is a very specific time where people want change. It's not crazy to think that the NDP could do very well if they had the proper message with the right leader.
They could get to Jack Layton levels.
Yeah, for sure. Like liberals are going to be like destroy. Like I think they're going to be back to being the third party. I think they're going to get destroyed. But the NDP need to capitalize on this opportunity, and Singh is not the right leader for the moment.
Do you all want to borrow our Nancy Pelosi?
What's wrong with explain that to me, because I've only heard good things about him, but I'm not Canadian, nor do I pay too much attention.
I personally like him too.
He's not okay. I personally think he seems like a nice person, but he's not willing to buck what the people around him want him to do. They want him to be his like, I'm not sure what the proper title is, but the person that he works closest with, like chief of staff, like equal. She has the Kamala banner saying "I'm speaking" on her like Instagram profile. Like these are the people that are around him. Like they're neoliberal clowns.
Is it still up? Because if I was
still today, I got cut up. But he's just been so hyper focused just on groceries for the past couple of years. While there's like, you should have been capitalizing on so many left wing movements in this the midterm, right? Just like every time you hear him speak, it's like grocery prices, Loblaws, grocery prices, Loblaws.
And yes,
that is that is good, but it's not. But
that would have won the election here.
I think he needs to be angry. Like, and he's not that kind of person. He's too nice. Like, they need somebody who's going to be vicious. Like, that's the kind of person you need to lead the NDP. You're not going to win over people who are dissatisfied with the liberals by talking kindly about grocery prices. Like, you need to be angry at the system, angry at the liberals, angry at the conservatives and their obvious bullshit, and call that out. And he, to be fair, he does call that out as well, but not in the tone. Like, tone is so much. Like, there has to be he's not the right person for it. There's got to be somebody else.
Ooh, I think we should stop talking politics. Mr. Go down.
You're cutting out. I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, hello? You hear me?
I hear you now, but your mic was cutting out.
I was saying, all right, enough of the Canadian politics. Our view counts are going down.
Don't worry.
I find it
We're moving on. Zeitways. I thought Jimmy Carter, the Centennial Man, would maybe have some final moments like in Bicentennial Man. Sorry. I don't know. Just thinking Jimmy Carter as Bicentennial Man. But he only received horrible news that day and nonetheless somehow stayed alive so far. I saw that image of the day he voted and I was like, oh my God. Did you see that?
If you saw that image, I don't think he realizes what's happening. I don't think he's affected by
I'm
this.
just like, are they about to lower the casket? Like, like it was like, honestly, it was disturbing to look at. Like, I'm like, all right.
Yeah, it was.
Like, all right.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on, sweetie. You don't have to worry about that.
I'm like, holy shit, this man has lived a life.
I don't want to get that old. I mean, God,
no,
damn, we all want to live a long life, but there's a cutoff, right?
I've always said this is really bizarre and morbid, but I want to be hit by like an asteroid. Like, that's how I want to go. Like, just like quick.
That'd be badass.
I want to be fully. I still my brain intact because there's Alzheimer's is in the family. I don't want fucking Alzheimer's. I want hit me with a fucking asteroid before that or comet, whatever it's called, before that happens, and let me go quick and in peace. Where was I? Here we go. Ben, I'm Gen Z, and I've had to vote against Trump in the only 3 elections I've been old enough to vote. It's exhausting.
I feel for
Can't
you.
imagine. Tioko Hans, thank you for whoever that's for. Andrelin. This is Binder's favorite name to say.
For sure.
Angelin de Bagashaki.
I blame Americans. There you go. That's one for the Mike column. For Kowalski, says name suggestions for the rebrand: Alternative Perspective, Alfalfa Males Podcast.
That sounds so gay. Alfalfa Males.
X. That's
so
not a bad one.
gay.
How about X2? X squared. No, X. X squared. That'll work. Don't trust the libs. Rational resistance, or
I'd like to be irrational,
or the millennial garage band.
The best name. The best name on the list is Alternative Perspective in terms of just a name. But in terms of for our show, but for our show, it doesn't work.
It sounds so pretentious.
Honestly, sounds like you'd hear this. You'd open the podcast, put on the first episode or any episode really, and this is what you hear for the intro. Ready? Welcome to Alternative Perspective with Barry Weiss.
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like to me.
Yes,
exactly. It's like Barry
exactly.
Weiss with like an NPR show. Tin Man. I'm Gen X and I'm with Matt on Gen X. I've heard a lot of Gen X criticize their own.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean to Gen X. So there's great people who are Gen X, obviously, but if you look at who is breaking for the right wing, who are becoming Republicans in crazy numbers, it is Gen X, and I would love to understand more. I know people call them the lead generation. Maybe that does have something to do with it.
Generation.
Yes,
I don't think I've heard that before.
There's a graph that goes around here. Let me see if I can find it.
See, I just figured it was
quick.
It was Gen X and up. I didn't realize it was like specifically Gen X impacted by lead.
Yeah, I have 4 Gen X siblings, and let me just say, 50% success rate in terms of intelligence. I hope they don't watch this. They might, but
50% success rate.
But they don't know which
50%.
ones. They have no idea which ones you're
That's
slamming.
right. They don't know.
Oh, here it is.
They might, but
found the,
actually no, they might not because they are fucking stupid. So
yeah, I was gonna say the one that's the bad one probably thinks it's the other one because they're dumb. So
right,
it's in the private chat.
Yeah.
Pull it up.
Here, I'll pull this up.
Wow,
Generation
that's actually really
led.
stunning.
Oh my god.
Damn.
That's sad.
Well, there you
That
go.
is sad.
It's not your fault, Gen X.
No, it still is, but that's still sad.
I mean, think about all the Gen Xers. Like, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. How old is? Let's think of some folks. Dave Rubin, Gen X. Who else?
I don't know if lead is his biggest problem, to be honest. It's one of many issues, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I lead with the lead.
Jimmy Dore, Gen X. This is one.
Piranha says Mike should have insulted his family. I will do whatever the fuck I want with my family. Don't defend my family. How dare you? I can talk shit about my family.
As you
if I
find
want
more
to.
Gen Xers, I'm going to read this. Ignar Husky, I don't know about y'all, but at this rate, the Dems are a lost cause, and people specifically need to focus on labor and local politics. All we can do right now.
Yeah.
Danny. It's not stupidity, it's ignorance. Most people I know that voted for Trump simply don't pay attention to politics. But they didn't hear about the cats and the dogs. You know what I mean? Like, some things go past politics. They're cultural moments that they didn't see the Mexicans are rapists. Like, I just, there are moments that are just, they supersede politics.
Right.
Exactly.
Some people are pointing out that Sam Cedar is Gen X. And to that, I just say that, sometimes the lead just hits differently. It doesn't.
Well, it's not like every single. Yeah, of course, there are Gen X people in the comments here. Of course, there are Gen X people who are good. The ones watching right now, you are good people. But based on the votes, I mean,
Elon is
Elon
Gen
Musk,
X. Somebody said
Gen X. Yep. Yeah.
Marley Morgan, thank you for your $20 super chat. Says, I'm 33 and ready to transition. I live in Louisiana. I was going to move to Chicago. Don't know whether to do that or leave the country right now. Also scared of the U.S. economy completely collapsing. And I want social health care and college.
I think that the easiest thing to do is to move to a blue state if you can afford to do that. It's easier said than done. But at the same time, make sure you have your passport and make sure that you change your gender markers as soon as you possibly can on your passport and driver's license. Get that done now. But for now, I think it's probably easier to move to a blue state.
Yeah, and Chicago, I got to say, I was there once. Very nice. And I was there in January. Fucking cold as shit, but I still enjoyed it.
You know what I feel like is a state that goes under the radar? And I would love to go there because it seems like there was that graph that shows the entire country moving right, but there's like a few leftward arrows pointing to the areas that went further to Democrats, which were few and far between this election. But the one with the most and almost no like right-wing turn, Colorado.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start looking at Colorado. I bet it's cheap. It's very blue. Their governor seems like a cool guy. Yeah, I mean, Colorado, we should look at what's going on there. Why Colorado is doing what they're doing and how they're doing it. Honestly,
that's a great question. I'm curious if there are think pieces about that, because it seems like just randomly, like, why is Colorado so good and all the other states are just like, what the fuck's going on here? It seems...
like places like Nevada, which has been pretty reliably blue up until this election. Like that one makes sense because of all the unions there at the casinos and everything, and there's so little people anywhere else in the state that the unions are able to organize and get everyone to the polls and everything. That makes sense. But like, I'd love to know like states like Colorado, well, like New Mexico. Why is New Mexico so reliably blue, but like Texas is so red? I would love to know like more about that. It can't just be because there's so many immigrants, coming from the South or something, because that you could say the same for Arizona and Texas, but they're not as blue as New Mexico.
Mm-hmm. Maryland passed abortion. Sorry, Wanda, thank you for your chat. Maryland passed abortion rights, kept Senate seat blue. Missouri also passed abortion rights. There was another red state that did it as well. I'm forgetting now, but it's Arizona, I think. It's just it's yeah, it was wild to see just some of these ballot measures, and then
California voted to keep slavery. Ooh,
yeah,
Californians, we doing okay?
No, it's
the issue of crime. It's the issue of crime and crime.
Yeah,
and
that one made complete sense to me when I heard people saying, "Oh, they legalized slavery," and I was like, "I got to see this," and then I read it. Oh, there's nothing more that people like than to absolutely dehumanize people who are in prison through whatever means necessary.
Yeah,
they must be punished. They must pay the price. And so to them, why shouldn't they work? This is their punishment.
Yeah, that's one issue where people do not move left. Just millennial things. Thanks for your chat. Says, when I was young and ignorant, I voted Ron Paul. I simply didn't know better, and I'm sure Gen Z was the same. It'll be their learning experience. The difference now, though, it's the internet is different. Like we have so much more access to information now than pre-social media era. Like that, it's just I feel like it's again. Let's not get back in the conversation, but there's less excuses now, I think, to not know what's going on. At the same time, you could argue there's more excuses because of Facebook, because of TikTok, and people are, brainwashed by that. But it's just
no, but that's a good point.
And Ron Paul made sense in that. No, Ron Paul is not anything like Donald Trump, and he made sense in that context because our generation was very anti-war, and Barack Obama did not end the Iraq War like we thought he would. He did not end the Afghanistan war. He launched the drone war. So in that context, that actually is something that I can rationalize.
Ron Paul has the racist newsletters, wants to end the same departments that the same agents Donald Trump wants to end. I already saw them floating about bringing Ron Paul on board to help them end the Fed and the Department of Education. He was a gold bug. Ron Paul is absolutely check marks all the boxes. And I haven't even thought of this. Donald Trump is providing those young people who are looking for like the anti-establishment guy that Ron Paul vote, because there was no third-party guy this time around or in the past 4 years that was anything like a Ron Paul. This is very I didn't even think of this. Donald Trump is
Ron Paul is not like Donald Trump. I'm sorry, that is not a comparison.
Not charisma wise, but in terms of what they want, absolutely.
But not the way that he was like Ron Paul in terms of I remember the whole Ron Paul phenomenon. That was much different. Like it didn't feel like he was for evil and fascism and like, you know what I mean? Like Trump is
right.
Trump is overtly
you
obviously
guys might still not know enough about Ron Paul.
But that's what I mean, though. People exactly the access to information was different. We know more about him now, but it doesn't. But he's still. There's a lot in terms of the cultural impact of the kind of shit that Trump says and how that has impact on increase in hate crimes like that. The way he talks about people and dehumanizes people is not what Ron Paul did, at least in terms of like, the way Trump does it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ron Paul was racist, but Trump is like, I'm racist and I want them all to die. I am literally Hitler. So there's I'm being hyperbolic, but there's a difference there.
Ron Paul might not be saying that as outspokenly as Trump, but essentially that's what he's asking for by wanting to do what he wanted to do. I mean, it's the same guy.
But he also didn't overthrow the government when he was in power. It's just that's a false equivalence. I'm sorry, they're not anywhere near the same universe. No, not even other Republicans are in that same universe. Like I would say, fucking take any Republican, even Rand Paul, Mike Lee, he's a demon and also an insurrectionist, but we didn't see him literally incite an insurrection. You know what I mean?
He's providing that bucking the system anti-establishment appeal, though, that Ron Paul was providing to those kids in 2008. It's the same dynamic, and I did not even think of this. I think this is actually really part of what's going on with young people. There was no anti-establishment candidate other than Donald Trump. Like he's not, but that's how he sold himself. Just like Ron Paul didn't give a shit about them. The same thing with Donald Trump.
I don't see it.
The synopsis. Thank you for becoming a member for 16 months. They say Democrats win when voters turn out. Do you think mandatory voting would be a good thing in the U.S. on its own?
Yeah.
I mean,
you'd
a lot
have
of
to
voters
make it
turned
all
out
week.
this time. A lot of voters came out this time, and they did not go for Democrats. Like, a lot of people went out to vote. The problem is the Democratic base didn't go out to vote, but the turnout was high.
I think electoral reform is a way more valuable fight and one that everyone should be pushing for. I think that the whole electoral college and the first past the post system should be abolished. You should have proportional representation. That's and shame on every third party that doesn't make that front and center about both what they canvass for and what they advocate for, and just appear every 4 years, make a couple posts, get some money, and then disappear for the next 4 years, and then come back and keep pretending they're going to be able to like win elections. You should be making electoral reform a key part of that, so you will have representation when 1, 2, maybe even 3% vote for you.
I will say I support compulsory voting. Australia has compulsory voting. When I say compulsory voting, I don't mean you punish people or fine them if they don't vote. I just mean like you incentivize it. You make it a national holiday and you allow them to show proof that they voted and they get like a $50 tax cut. There's things that parties do to incentivize donating to candidates. Like in Oregon, we get $50 back through our taxes if we donate up to $50. I think it might be 100. I'm not sure. But if you incentivize it that way and make it compulsory in that sense, where it's not coercive, but it's still, it's compulsive in the sense that you get something for it, I think that would drastically improve most elections. Not all, but most.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't read this. Bay Photo. At least they had good time in Idiocracy. Wish I could say the same now.
Yeah.
Terabyte, thank you for your super chat. Says, did you see where Mega is now posting on women's videos? Your body, my choice. I'm so sick. People keep calling me hysterical for being scared.
Groyper's
I
been
saw that. Yeah, these are
all day with that shit with these memes like fucking we're coming for your eggs, your body, my choice.
I mean,
all this other stuff.
the intent is to get a reaction. Like people are being people,
but
yeah. Leandro, thank you for your super chat. Trump had 1 million less votes than his 2020 election. Harris had 12 million votes less than Biden 2020. I will say the counting isn't over. California, I'm told, takes weeks. So we don't know. As far as I know, we don't know what the full counts are yet.
I mean, 1 million less votes than 2020, when voting would be. I don't think we're going to hit those 2020 numbers. That's going to be the anomaly for a long time because of COVID. People were able to vote in numbers that they previously weren't able to. So the fact that he only got 1 million less is actually really impressive. Like, I don't know what else to say. I'm going out of focus here in the camera, but I don't know what else to say about that. Like, it actually is very high. And it was an election with an incumbent. Yes, it wasn't Biden, but Harris is part of the administration. He's the vice president. It was an incumbent election. Those are usually lower turnout in general. Like, look at how many people came out in 2008 opposed to 2012 with Obama. Obama won with less votes because less people usually turn out for those elections. Mm-hmm. It's maybe he didn't become more popular per se, but his popularity with his supporters did not diminish whatsoever, and that is impressive.
Celeste, thank you for your super chat. Mexico had 2 female candidates in their election, by the way.
Yeah.
Interesting. Anna, thank you for your super chat. Latinos have a whole language barrier to contend with and less media literacy, but we get blamed for being uneducated. Latino women did come through, though.
I can't speak to all of that, but you brought up a point that I think we should mention. There is a whole misinformation industry targeting Spanish speaking Latinos in a way that we cannot combat because we're not familiar. Like I've heard the same with Chinese immigrant families too. Like there are whole misinformation content farms on Chinese social media. WhatsApp, for example, is really big with Latino families. The WhatsApp groups, there's misinformation in these sectors of the internet that we don't know about. We're unprepared to combat. We don't understand if you don't speak the language. And I don't think those are being addressed, honestly. And I think that's a huge issue going on here too. I had an experience. I almost forgot to tell you guys. I went to vote. I'm in Queens, and there was a youngish Asian woman in front of me. She might have been a little older than me. She might have been a little younger than me, and she sparked conversation while we were waiting on the line. She asked me who I was voting for, and I was like, "Whoa, very forward there." But then and I said, "I'm not voting for Trump." And she was like, "Oh, me neither. I hate the guy. He's so bad. He's horrible. I don't get people who like Donald Trump." And then we start talking about the amendments in New York State. Now, there were a bunch of amendments to vote for, but the first one, and the one that was getting the most press coverage, was an amendment to add more demographics to like the protected group categories, like gender-based, pregnancy-based, like to add them to like the protected status groups in New York State. And there was misinformation about this, about how this was like an amendment to trans your kids.
Oh my God.
And she asked me how I was voting for this. And I said I was voting yes on it. She was like, "No, you got to vote no." And I was like, "Why?" And she pulls out her phone and shows me a text message. Now, I'm not sure where the text message was from, whether it was someone in a organization, like a group, like a political group, or if it was like just someone she knew, a friend, a family member. And the text message said, "Remember to vote no on 1 because it's going to let boys take showers with your girls at school." That's literally what the text message said to her. I was like astounded by how forward it was with specifically that. First of all, I felt like being like, let me ask you something. In New York City, what elementary school do you know of has showers in the like even has locker rooms and showers? Because my schools never did it. My kids' schools don't. We don't have these in New York City elementary schools and stuff. But she was like, "No, you got to vote no." And I was like, "You just told me you hate Donald Trump or anti-Donald Trump, right?" And she's like, yeah. And I was like, voting yes is voting for everything that Donald Trump is against. And voting no is lining up with exactly what Donald Trump wants. You're voting for what Donald Trump wants. And the conversation ended where she was just like, "No, I think you're wrong. I think you have it backwards. You got to vote no on it." She just wouldn't be strayed the other way.
See, this
it was trying to verify that's not happening, because maybe she thinks, "Oh, it's Kamala for boys shower with girls."
I mean, I was trying to talk on her level. Like I wasn't gonna.
Yeah.
Like, if I couldn't convince her that like this was,
I just
like it was just like I didn't know how to even respond. Like I could not.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. You can't convince people. They're just fucking.
How does somebody even think that would be on a ballot? Like, oh yeah, this ballot measure is for boys showering with girls. Like, how would you even think that would be a thing that would be allowed to be put in a ballot
to get that on the ballot? No. They have to shower together. Like what?
It's like, oh, this is a big debate in the state. Like, this is the part. This is what I really have trouble with. Part of it's I don't have conservatism in my immediate life, so I don't understand how people even think that this could be a thing to vote on. But it's just weird.
Yeah, as somebody with conservatives in their family, I can tell you they operate in a different plane of existence. Like, you try to talk about policy and facts, and they start talking about how Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden are literal demons, and Satan is giving them commands. So it's like, all right, have a nice day. You just can't talk to these people or win them over.
I think that's a real problem though, because once they intake something, there's a group of people who don't want to be wrong. Like, they care more about being wrong than actually getting the correct information. So if they are informed and it's the wrong information, they will double down because of ego. I don't know what it is, but they just refuse to admit they were wrong. And they don't have to admit it. Just change your mind. I mean, no one's asking you to say I was wrong. Just fucking do the right thing once you get the right information. But there are people who will just refuse to do that. You know, I was wrong about my map, and the first fucking thing I tweeted was, my map was wrong, I fucked up. I mean,
Never apologize.
There's nothing wrong with being wrong. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. You gotta
never back down.
I mean,
especially when like it's a prediction map. No one fucking you're trying to predict the future. Like there's absolutely nothing wrong with being wrong about your prediction.
The problem with those maps too is because it's the electoral map and you could only pick blue or red, it makes you look like you think it's going to be a landslide if you think like a few states will go her way by just like 1,000 votes or something. Like I knew it was going to be super close. I knew he was doing much better than he did in 2016 and 2020. I knew he was doing good, honestly. But I thought based on the way the polls were trending and what they were claiming their ground game was, I thought that they would have the votes in the swing states barely enough to push it in her direction and swing it over. And it was wrong. It was absolutely, completely wrong.
I gotta say, we have too many super chats today. There's no way we're getting through these. There's 159 right now. We have just barely. We've barely scratched the surface. I appreciate all of your super chats. I know for a fact there is no way I can be here to read them all because mine alone, holy shit. All right, I gotta.
We can also just read our own super chats. I think all of us have like 30 plus, right? So
yeah, I guess I gotta wake up early tomorrow and do some shit. So can I just? I
might do that.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to zip through these because I appreciate all your support, but I didn't realize how much this built up. And holy shit, I love the support. I'm so glad. If this is our new audience now, this is fantastic. You guys should come back next every Thursday, 8:30. Make sure you, wherever you're watching, whether it's on my channel, whoever's channel, but my channel, hit subscribe.
YouTube.com/MattBinder. YouTube.com/MattBinder.
The live streams are just every Thursday at 8:30, but at PM Eastern. But I do videos in the other days. Where the hell am I here? Oh my god. This is gonna be so hard because I gotta fucking search. I forget where I even left off.
Just go to your channel. Go to your live chat.
Yeah, I'm
on your page.
I can't even put them on screen. It would be too long. So let me
fan funding button and then just read them. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember where I left off here because I'm Gen Z. All right. I think here we go. Danny, yes, it's not stupidity, it's ignorance. Most people I know that voted for Trump simply don't pay attention to politics. Thank you. Marley Morgan, I did read that. I read that one. Read that one. Leandro read that one. And I read, here we go. Patrick, thank you for your super chat. It says narrative greater than policy. Dems don't have a narrative. Definitely. Buddy Face Puppy Guy, thank you for your super chat. When objective reality ceases to exist, free speech is dead. There's no objective reality to debate above. Therefore, democracy is all but dead. Janelle M, thank you for your super chat. How much do Stein voters and no-show Democratic voters shoulder the blame? Zero for Stein voters. They didn't even, in terms of how many showed up, like almost nobody. And again, people have this idea that if green voters don't vote for Green, they're going to vote for Democrats. That's not true. They'll just stay home or vote for, other or vote down ballot, leave it blank. So don't assume Green voters would just simply vote Democrat because that is not, as someone who ran as a Green Party candidate once, like 10 years ago, I know Green voters enough to know that's not the case.
Yep. Little known fact, David Dole ran in the Green Party for president against in 2016, and part of the reason why Hillary Clinton lost.
See, and now look what I'm doing. Now I'm here. Kowalski, between Jimmy Carter, Joe Biden, and Trump, which do you think will die first? My money is on Trump, only because I think the generals are going to pester him at 3 a.m. to speed up heart failure.
Jimmy Carter's going to run in 2028. He ain't going anywhere. Jimmy Carter. I'm staying in the race.
I'm staying in the race. That clip will never not be funny. Gabriel, thank you for your super chat. Donald James for being a member. Thank you. Let the cope begin. Then let's fight. No matter what happens, our morals and values will never change. Patrick Dunn, thank you. Says, do you remember Matt Skidmore? LOL. I used to be a big fan of his. Matt Skidmore. I do not. Anyone here?
Who's Matt Skidmore?
I don't know. Omar.
Like Skidmark. Got him.
I'm sure he got that in school. Very unfortunate name. Omar, thank you for your chat. Dems burned Bernie offer. Dems burned Bernie. Offer voted green. That's one sentence, all lowercase, no punctuation. I have no idea what's going on. Sour Diesel, thank you for your super chat. Says Gen X and Boomers made it clear they hate their kids. Jack Daniels, thank you for your chat. Says, why do we lose the culture war? Where's our Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson? Do we need to be more sensationalist and lie like them? It's a winning strategy. I will say, Matt, when you were telling your story earlier, I was thinking Democrats need to invest in just lying about Republicans. Like, actually, the thing is, you don't need to lie about them because it's already bad. But like, sensationalize, these Facebook like, have your own fucking machine where you're making Facebook pages with just insane like memes and crap. Like, there has to be a way to operate on that level because they do it very well.
I mean, literally, they voted for someone who's got ties with one of the most notorious pedophiles of all time,
and they couldn't take advantage of that.
And it doesn't matter though to them. Like, yeah, they did take advantage of it for sure. That's definitely a problem for Democrats. But also, there's a large contingent of people who did not care, like who knew about it. Like, how do you not know that Donald Trump has ties with Jeffrey Epstein? Like, how do you not know that?
No, those people, a lot of people who are not online, right? But people that are in these like WhatsApp groups or like Facebook, like that, you can get those people, I think, if there was, more of a concerted effort to try and use that kind of content against Trump. And again, that's not making things up. That's actually real. Like, they have to make shit up about Democrats to sway people. Matt Salvage, thank you. Comrade King says, explain to me what happened in Dearborn. Do they actually make protest votes for the candidate with an obviously worse position on issue? My understanding is a lot of them didn't vote, and it was protest vote. I mean, largely it was to show, hey, we don't agree with what you're doing here because you barely spoke.
A lot voted for Jill Stein too. Jill Stein got more votes in like Dearborn, Michigan than Kamala Harris did.
Yeah. I think it was good that people there sent that message.
Lance, you're on mute.
I think he's doing his other. He's talking to his chat.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, my bad. Also, I just realized his little name plate there. There's Chiron. Surfs have a coffee now. Surfs Coffee.
Surfs Coffee.
What? I gotta check this out.
What is this?
Surfs Coffee.
What was I gonna say? Bitey Face Puppy Guy. Thank you for 2 in a row. Generous super chat says, in today's social media, the right and their monetary backers create a fire hose of misinformation the left cannot possibly counter. And again, free speech is effectively dead. What do we do? Again, go back to, they need to invest in that. There's so much fucking money that Democrats just fucking piss into the wind, and it does nothing. They could be investing in proper strategies. Chris Tebow, generous super chat says, with the rise of global far right ideology, we need every single voter on your channels making these videos. I know you guys are down right now, so am I, but independent media is vital in these dark times. Thank you all. Anmal Gill, thank you, says Hassan was on the Pod John's podcast. The Pod John's podcast. Saying this a month ago. The Pod Bros. Almost every space for young men online is right wing, fitness culture, etc. Yeah, no, that's a problem. JD Bovey says, lots of love. We need to get all of you to 50 million subs by the midterms just to compete with right wing alt media. That'd be great. Bitey Face Puppy Guy. A debate where one side has a megaphone that can shatter glass hundreds of miles away and the other side can only whisper is not free speech. Raymond Brawley, thank you for your chat. Michaela Rose, thank you for your chat. Says, do you think there will be an unironic debate about the death penalty for abortion in Congress? Oh my, I don't want to think about that right now, but considering where things have gone, anything's possible. Carrie Shaw says the discussion is great tonight. Thank you, Carrie. Bayfoda says the American electorate in a nutshell, democracy is cool, but eggs and gas are so expensive. Oh, hey, Hawk to a girl. JHLFSC, whatever that is. Do not ever confuse stupidity with malice. They aren't dumb. They're fiends. Plenty of stone cold dummies on the left still manage to do the right thing. Angel says, how much will Republican incompetence play into this administration? Also, will he leave after 4 years? Vance is a Curtis Yarvin acolyte after all. I know. I think that I've been thinking about that, but I don't think it's worth talking about it right now. But yes, the idea that the election in 4 years is going to be clean, I don't think so. But let's.
I do think I do think though that without Trump, it's not going to be as easy for them, the Republicans. Like, there's not. He's not going to. I actually don't think he's going to run again. I don't think he can. I don't think he wants to. I don't care. Not like Ken. Like he's going to be.
What if he's worried he's going to be put in jail if he leaves? Like I don't know. Like,
I can't imagine he wants to do that. Honestly, he looks miserable as it is to get another 4 years. Honestly, he looked miserable just fucking campaigning. He didn't want to do it.
Yeah,
I feel like he had to do it to stop himself from going to jail and getting in trouble. Like there was this Hail Mary and it worked out. I just can't imagine him wanting to do it more. But I'm not saying this because I don't think he, the law is going to stop. No, I don't think that at all. I just don't think he's got it in him. He don't got the heart for it. He doesn't want to do it. There's not a fever swell or whatever the word I'm looking for is for the Republican Party. It is for Donald Trump. The people, for whatever their own personal reasons are, just fucking love this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a reality TV show president for a reality TV show country. I get it to that extent.
Also, I'm going to guess people are going to want change in 4 years. So, we'll see. Jacqueline Leach.
I also do wonder. It's not been that many elections to notice this pattern yet, but so far it's been 2 4-year term presidencies when right after we had a bunch of incumbents get reelected. Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama. We had a streak there. I do wonder if maybe we always talk about how people want what's the word I'm looking for? Immediate satisfaction in this age. Because of social media, the internet, they've gotten the idea of things need to they want it and they want it now. Like, Amazon delivers your package tomorrow. You get it tomorrow. You buy it now, you get it tomorrow. I wonder if the public no longer has, let's give them another 4 years and see what happens. No. We gave you 4 years. You didn't fucking deliver. Out.
Yeah, I think you're right. Jacqueline Leach, according to Gore Vidal, it was Thomas Jefferson who first used false facts to describe George Washington's charismatic approach to politics. Interesting.
Instant gratification. That's the word I was looking for. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Yep.
Chris Tiabo, I went to school for journalism. It's nearly impossible for me to disengage. I'm disgusted but enthralled. There's no hope for me. LOL. Notoriously bratty, thank you for your chat. Says, check out Steve Boots for Canadian politics. Ask Lance. I am not aware of Steve Boots.
I'll check out David Dole, actually, for Canadian politics.
Yeah. It's not every day for me, though. Homespun Cover says Trump won big because of Christian nationalists. Armageddon is not getting here fast enough for them fast enough, so they feel the need to hurry it along. Totaling Wolf, Stormy Daniels, 2028. Angela W. says best song would have been the Log Driver's Waltz. Chad, generous super chat says, hi David, Blue Rodeo rocks and music is great for mental health. I'm a Canadian counting on you for clear, accurate Canadian election info. Thanks to the leftist mafia for doing all you do jointly and individually. Thank you, Chad. Lake Trout, I'm afraid the Liberals and NDP will follow the Democrats' playbook and spend their campaigns fear-mongering Polyev rather than promoting policies. They're already doing that. I think that you could do both. I saw a Liberal post today. Actually, not just today, but I've seen them consistently now try and just attack Pierre Poilievre, which let's be clear, I think you should. I think it's fine. But they also need to provide a coherent message. I think Liberals, it doesn't matter what they say, though. I think they're just fucked. The NDP need to replace the leader and go hard. Jay Cass, Radiohead was a go-to. What was a go-to? Listen to in dark times like these. Radiohead's so depressing, though. I agree with you if you're in that mood, but man, if you want to cry, sure. Lost Together was for me was like more hopeful. It was like this is shitty, but we have each other. Radiohead is just like, oh my god, everything is so fucking depressing. But it's great. I like it, but it's great. But it's depressing. But now I can't listen because of Tom York's Israel stance. Oh God, why did you tell me this? Now I can't either. Mang Tang, I'm with Mike and David. It's hard not to be pissed at a large swath of voters. I'm thoroughly disgusted with accelerationism, but the devil on my shoulder sure as shit sympathizes with it right now. Max Calder, how much do you think the manosphere the last few years, Tate, Fresh and Fit, Sneeko, Aiden Ross, influenced young first-time voters? I'm sure it did, for sure. Duke of Bread.
Dana White at the
I
Trump,
saw that. He thanked
speech.
Aiden Ross.
He thanked Aiden Ross. He thanked the Nelk Boys.
They know what they're doing. Like, that's the Democratic Party, but they don't even fucking know. Like, Hassan exists, and he's massive. I mean, I'm sure some of them know, but for the majority of them, they think it's like, oh, some little thing online, and you know. It's great.
And Dana White also thanked the Rational National.
Oh damn! Where's my front seats at the next UFC event? Duke of Bread. Do you think they will actually try to deport 20 to 25 million people? And do you think that imagery will cause mass protest riots? I think it'll cause mass protest riots if it happens. I don't know.
I think out of all the things Trump he's said he's going to do, the one thing you can guarantee is the mass deportation one. I really think that's the sure thing one he's going to go for. Like, if you don't believe any of the other stuff, I think he'll go for most of it, if not all. But if you don't believe any of the other stuff, I think the mass deportation thing is the most prominent, the biggest priority for him.
Yeah, the reaction to that's going to be huge, though. Like, I wonder, like, there was a video I saw on Chris Hayes discussed how, there was pushback on his child separation policy, and he actually changed it. Like, I wonder if he would care about his image at all in that situation, because I don't think people quite understand how terrible that's going to be.
He's going to be untethered this time. He doesn't have to worry about re-election.
I don't think he was worried about re-election. I think he's worried about his image. Like, Trump is, he's a narcissist, right? If his own supporters are even like, oh my God, this looks terrible, are like, obviously, the worst people are not going to be against it. But the ones that were,
that's who he's siloed around him, though. That's who's surrounded him, though.
Yeah. Janelle says, live in North Carolina. Fortunately, the state election went well for the Dems, but so disappointed that they didn't vote for Harris. I'm still relieved that the state remains purple, though. Notoriously bratty, Mulcair, Singh have not lived up to the fire of Jack Layton. They continue to tank the party. I agree. Douglas, especially though, Mulcair he's a fucking liberal now. Douglas Albert, North Carolina, be like, let's vote for Trump, but elect Dem governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and superintendent. It is bizarre that, that shift happened, but not for Harris. Tay-Ray, if Jagmeet Singh doesn't leave the NDP, then will you support the Green Party again in the next Canadian election? I haven't supported the Green Party since I was one. No. I'm strategic about voting. I've evolved on this issue. I think if you're in a riding, it depends what riding you're in. You want the Conservatives to lose, is my position there. I think Liberals, though, are going to get destroyed. So pretty much probably don't vote for them unless you're in a very clear Liberal riding. But apart from that, vote to ensure Conservatives don't have a majority. David Atkinson, how do you think coalitions... I feel like I've been reading forever. I'm almost done. How do you think coalitions can be built with older black voters? I say that as a 37-year-old black progressive. I do not know the answer to that question. I think older black people were progressives missing piece in the 2016 and 2020 primaries. How do you think coalitions... Anybody here know how to build coalitions with older black voters? I'm not sure if we're really the experts on that. Danny, I feel like Kamala did really well considering the time constraints, her being a woman and person of color. Also, please save us in Texas.
You can't say she did really well when she lost the way she lost. It is a shellacking. And the crazy thing is, she did better in the swing states that she all lost than in some reliably blue states. Like, that is bad. We could blame Biden has a huge part in that, no doubt about it. there's part of me that actually feels bad for her that she had to deal with all that shit. But at the end of the day, she decided to do it. She took the endorsement, took the nomination, and then ran a bad campaign. It's just you can't say when you lose like that all things considered. I actually think she is a better candidate in general than Hillary Clinton. But
for sure,
with the cards she was dealt and then the campaign she ran, this will be remembered as worse than 2016.
Raph, thank you for your very generous super chat saying California legalized gay marriage. Tracy Eva, I have enjoyed the chat. It is nice to be able to laugh again. Hugs. And last one, Kathy Wilcott, thank you for your super chat. I was in Ohio for the summer. So many YouTube and radio ads for Bernie Moreno claimed that Sherrod Brown voted to have men and girls locker rooms. Heard same ad in Arizona for Kerry Lake versus Gallego. Didn't work against Gallego, but I did hear that there was a lot of crypto money being run against Sherrod Brown. So I'm sure that played a piece.
Yes, and idiots took part in the get out the vote schemes for the crypto money. Like the fucking band The Black Keys did a show for those crypto, did a show in Ohio for for one of those crypto groups that was backing the Republican in that race.
Oh my God.
So,
shameless.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
It's ironic that
like
Bernie Moreno, a gay guy, would be fucking running anti-LGBTQ plus ads. He's not out of the closet, but it's just funny. We'll remember this when he comes out or gets outed.
All right, I am done. I just want to note before I leave, I was wearing a Concord shirt. I have faced 2 big losses this year. This one was worse. I will miss that game. Lasted for 2 weeks. Now it's dead, but I will have this shirt to remember it.
Oh, they shut down the studio, right?
I know. It's so depressing.
That's really sad.
The
That's
fact that the
actually
game was
really
actually
sad.
fucking good and that no one played it because it's just a saturated market, very depressing stuff. But
I feel like they need
that's
to
it for me.
send you something, David. Like they need to send you a whole fucking like autograph poster or
They didn't
some
send me
shit.
shit.
Like you were, yeah. I feel like maybe they deserve to get shut down if they didn't give you that respect. You know?
You know what? You
you
deserved
wrote
it.
for them.
They should have gave
No,
me
I
a
think
mug
they
or
do.
something. I don't know.
You wrote
All
hard
right.
for them, and they didn't give you any recognition. Fuck them.
I should have got something.
I'm just kidding.
Good night, people. See you all next
right,
week.
take
Everyone
care.
come here next week. Hit subscribe.
Yes.
Many people here. Subscribe, hit the bell icon, and enjoy the show. Good night.
Mike, I read my super chats already, but I got such a mix of compliments for you and criticisms of you. It was a fusion of the two.
Wait, you were reading super chats this whole time?
Yeah. Well, I was like, I too got a lot, and I was like, I can't be here for the next 3 hours because I'm gonna have to wait first for Mike to do all of his, then Matt to do all of his, and so I was like, I'll just do mine while David's doing his, and I did,
That's
and now
smart.
I'm like, I can join you for some of yours, so now I can.
That's so funny.
So wait. What
What
did they
was
say
the
about Mike?
best
I wanna
and the
hear
worst
I wanna hear the dirt.
critiques? I'm curious.
drama.
Best and the worst. The critiques are like, let me open them up and scroll.
I'll
through
decide if
them.
they're legitimate.
Okay, here's the nice one. Malin Miller. I loved Mike's rant about voters earlier. He took my thoughts and turned them into words. Matthew Jeffero criticizing Matt Binder. Matt Binder is wrong. Kamala gave policy. Trump did not give any policy. This is a tired trope, Binder.
They don't care about the average American does not care about policy in that way. They don't care about the CHIPS Act. They don't care about the child tax credit. When you say things like
I
that,
agree. It's
Trump is
vibes.
literally saying, I'm going to make your groceries cheaper. I'm going to lower your gas. He's not going to do that shit, but he's speaking on their level. The Democrats never do that. They never explain how what they did helps. They never straight up said, hey, parents out there, we were giving you $600 with the child tax credit or however much they were giving with the child tax credit. And the Republicans stopped it. You have less money because the Republicans stopped it. We were giving you that money and the Republicans took it away. They never say it like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Trump signed his name on the stimmies. Democrats did not. Joe Biden did not.
That's
do
another
that.
thing. We were
You know?
talking about that on Majority Report today. Someone was like, I forgot, but someone was like, the Democrat was like talking to a voter or something. The voter said like, Trump. This was like written in an article. Like, oh, Trump sent me the stimulus money. He sent me a check, and the the person was like, yeah, but the Democrats were the ones who helped pass that. And then Biden sent you checks too. The guy didn't remember the Biden checks. You know why he didn't remember the Biden checks? Because Biden didn't fucking sign them. They don't play the game. They don't play the game. You gotta play this shit. Listen, I remember what it. Well, I'm not having. I had it in my head and I'm having a mental block. But I remember this is like it was a piece of advice or a lesson I read long ago about how to like and like maybe it was like when I was doing film school, like script writing or something. It was like you always have to make sure that the message or the storyline is getting across to like the lowest denominator viewer or consumer. Like if you're not writing for them, and that's not doesn't mean like, you know, if you're writing a high, you know, a very complicated drama, then you have to know what the audience is and still write for even the lowest of them, because otherwise it's just not going to have an appeal to a broad audience that you're going for. Even if you're going for a niche audience, you still have to appeal to that lowest denominator of that niche audience, just so they understand, that to ensure everyone you're going for understands. The Democrats don't do that. They just don't do that.
Bernie's cat is also one of the people who donated. That's the same Bernie cat from the Anna and TYT drama. It's like, I'm Bernie's cat from Anna and Jenks Meltdown. I deactivated my Twitter after Trump won, so no more critical tweets towards Anna. So there's that. And I guess for this, Matthew just donated saying, so Binder's implying Americans are stupid. I do not believe that. Do you want to respond?
When did I
implied that? I'm the one who implied that, and you're wrong. Do not believe that.
I mean, I believe that there are Americans who are stupid, but I don't think that about the broad American public. I mean, I think they're uninformed. That's the better.
I think a plurality of us are well-intentioned, uninformed, ignorant. I think a majority of us, I'm not sure if it's like 51%, 52%, 53%, are stupid and evil. Stupid or evil, maybe, but one of the two. Purposely so. I'm the one who implied that, though. Don't blame Matt for my terrible take.
And also, when I say they're uninformed,
like, okay, but honestly, isn't it that everyone is like struggling? Like, isn't it 1/4 of Americans can't like make a payment or a bill because they're like, if they have to like not take their next paycheck? Like, I'm just throwing that out there, but it's something really high, right? Like, everyone is just on the precipice.
They
of
struggle
poverty.
to get. Yeah, I mean, listen, Americans can't afford a $400 emergency. My family was very, very poor. But the thing about that is they wouldn't have voted for Hitler, even though when we were poor. Not all of my family, they love Hitler. But like my parents were very, very broke. My dad lost his job. He became disabled, lost everything, basically, lost his business. I don't think he would say, man, this is really scary. I'm going to vote for Hitler. So I don't think that's an excuse. People are impoverished and they're not pieces of shit.
Even if they don't see
but
him,
there are people who just didn't believe.
They're not like I want to enact, you know, the horrors of the Holocaust in their heads. They're like, this person is saying something that will get me the things I want.
I mean, they don't have to see that in particular, but it's explicit enough in certain ways. The racism, the vitriol, it's explicit enough. Overthrowing the government is explicit enough to where they get absolutely no sympathy from me. I don't care if you are struggling to get by. I mean, I care that you're struggling and I want policies to help you, but I don't think that that's an excuse to be a piece of shit and vote to just basically suicide the country. So that's why I reject that, because it doesn't matter. Like, there's so many people in the country who are struggling to get by, who are disabled, who can't work, who lost everything. And they're not like, man, things are bad. I don't know what to do, so let me vote for Hitler. I mean, they might not know much about the parties or even follow politics, but they have at least a minimal understanding to know that what Trump did was fucking evil. And that's just like obvious. There's things that are so obvious that you can't dismiss it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to point out, I guess.
There has to have been at least a few disabled people who voted for Trump. I mean,
I'm gonna hate myself for saying this, but Matthew just donated another $10. So guessing Binder probably wants these donos, but this is to you, Binder. Kamala said everything you said, but did not dumb it down. Binder, they voted for YouTube grievances and fear as usual. Even Hispanics and Asians did that.
You got to dumb it down. It's that simple. You got to dumb it down, and otherwise they don't hear it. Look, the names of the bills, the names of the policies do not matter. It just doesn't matter. Even when you start explaining it in wonk terms, it doesn't matter. You got to explain how it helped. And at the same time, too, you're fighting an uphill battle because you can say all this stuff, but people are seeing that their grocery bills are higher, their rent is higher. And whether or not it's the administration's fault or not, people are going to still connect it to the administration, those in power, the ruling class. The ruling administration. It's just that simple. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. So you got to accurately message against that. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm experiencing it myself. Like, because of those stimulus checks, I was for the first time able to pay off a bunch of debts, and a little bit of money helped.
Those
And
stimmies help.
now,
Absolutely.
yes. And now over the past few years, that debt I all paid off is starting to accumulate again because I'm not making more money. In fact, I'm making a little bit less money, and and everything else is getting more expensive. I mean, it's a real struggle, but the difference is I'm extremely well informed because of what I do, so I know what to blame people for, and who to blame and who not to blame for, and whose fault it is. Most people don't know that, and I'm sorry, I don't know what else to tell you. It's just the reality of the situation, and to argue against it is to literally argue against what just happened on Tuesday. I don't know what else to say. Like, you saw it happen. It's literally what happened. You can't tell me that all these Latino men and Asians all came out and voted for Trump because they fucking just love Hitler. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, are there a number of them who might be Nazi adjacent? Of course, but the numbers we saw is just not possible for it to be that you can argue that, oh, they looked past it. And I agree, they looked past it, but they looked past it because they were struggling, and they saw, and I don't even mean they're struggling like they're poor.
I mean,
people who
you could support it or look past it,
and people who are living a certain lifestyle and can't live that lifestyle anymore are going to consider themselves to be struggling. People who are making 75K and were doing fine, and now they're still making 75K, but they're got to use a credit card or whatever because they're going into debt. They're going to consider themselves struggling, even though they're not like, on food stamps and Medicaid or whatever. It's just that simple. I don't know what else to tell you.
When I was answering it, I said I'd say this to your face too, just because it was one of the questions that was raised to me, right? But I said, I completely understand, especially after what just happened, that, knowing what this could potentially do to, friends, family, people who are LGBTQ+, people who are people of color, obviously, all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, the sheer, anger, that part of me profoundly just wants to be, fuck them all. Just fuck them all, kind of thing. But in the long term, in terms of what I want to get from this and learn from this, I want to know how this can be utilized in the same way to spread leftist ideas, spread socialism, spread, all that kind of stuff. I want to know, how do you tap into that same real world anger that a lot of those people have, and then utilize it in a way not to be fooled by faux strong men because people didn't do their research and don't know that he's a racist or a fascist or stuff like that, and then actually direct that towards them implementing policies and organizing that'll actually help everybody, kind of thing.
It's really hard to answer. I don't think you can for a lot of these people. I think that they derive a sense of identity from being part of a little club. I mean, even if they're not necessarily part of the MAGA cult per se, I mean, just with the anti-mask movement, if you go to a local Facebook community group, and the number of people bitching about stores that asked them to wear masks during the pandemic, the way that they all were cheering on each other and one-upping each other, they get this sense of identity. Yeah, they get this sense of identity from being pieces of shit. And so I don't think that you can convince these people to stop being bad people and to stop being racist. But I mean, to the extent that they change one day, maybe that's possible, but I don't think anything we can do is going to penetrate their thick skulls. I think that it's going to be about mobilizing the good people and getting them to join politics. That's my whole argument. My theory of change is different. It's not about persuasion. It's about getting the people who don't follow politics to get interested, who are good people, but they just don't have a voice online, who don't talk. I mean, I think that the people in this country that are uninformed are winnable, right? There are uninformed people that are going to vote for Donald Trump because they're stupid and they look past the racism. And to me, that's a distinction without a difference. I don't care if you voted for Trump in spite of his racism or because of the racism. You still voted for somebody who's going to do damage to marginalized people. So either way, fuck you. But for the people who are uninformed but not politically active, you can try to bring those people in, but I don't think you can convince the people who voted for Donald Trump after he just did an insurrection, after he used Hitler rhetoric, after he was fucking pantomiming sucking a dick on a stage. You voted for that. I mean, you care about economic policies. Somebody asked him about what was it, childcare, and he's like, yeah, childcare it's an amazing thing. Ivanka worked on it. I mean, these people don't give a fuck about policy. It's just vibes. Oh, I think he's gonna do better because I'm not doing well right now when Biden is president, so I guess I'll blame him. I think that Biden is, why abortion.
We know, right? I think Matt's point is that for a lot of those people, they might have just seen something in a WhatsApp group or it's text or something that just says, hey, by the way, if you do this, this will happen. And they're like, oh, well, did you not know that if you vote for Prop 1, little boys will be showering with little girls? And then it's like, no, that's not what Prop 1 was at all. You've just been directly targeted and you've been misdirected by some mechanism, right? It doesn't matter if it's Twitter being bought out by Elon turning it fascist, doesn't matter if it's a Facebook group where it's just the anti-vax shit pulling people in that way. There's got to be a significant portion of them that are just voting because they think something that is fundamentally not real.
Right. I think for that, for a proposition like that, just real quick, yes, absolutely, I could see how you're uninformed. Trump has the absolute most name recognition. He's been president before. He's been here for 8 years. You can't deny, oh, I didn't know about Trump. We all know about Donald Trump. You saw the insurrection. So there's no plausible deniability is basically my point. You can't chalk it up to ignorance. You just have to assume that they voted for Donald Trump because they want fascism or they're looking past it, which to me, either you look past it or you like it. You're still a fascist if you voted that way.
How do you address someone who, and this person undoubtedly exists, and there's a good number of them, I'm gonna say, based on how the elections have gone. How do you address someone who voted for Trump in 2016, voted for Biden in 2020, voted for Trump in 2024? You're gonna say, oh, they were racist. Oh, now they're woke. Oh, they're racist again. It's these.
No, that's not what I would say. No, I'd say that they're more of a dumb fuck. And it's a skill issue. Get better informed. Understand that if you still can't make up your mind and you oscillate back and forth for years and you opt for the Democrat and then the Republican and nothing still changes, maybe do some introspection and research and think, why is nothing changing? It feels bad now. I'll vote for the other party. Oh, now I'll vote for the other party again. If nothing is changing after a very long time, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. These people have to apply logic, and the reason why they're not is because they don't have it, because they're dumb, or they're hateful, or they're fucking stupid. That's my point. I have no
version of that, though. We kind of do a version of that under liberalism and neoliberalism, right? A lot of the policies that are continuing on by the very people we say you should vote for the lesser of two evils are perpetuating all of the causes of these problems. And we still, maybe there's something to be said about the people who are you're not directly organizing an alternative to this. All you guys do is complain for a living. I think that's a fair call out of me. I'm not literally working behind the scenes to build some viable third option or something like that. I don't know. I'm just
because you can't. You can't beat the system. I think that's the lesson. You can't beat the fucking system. The system beats you. That's kind of the problem, right? I tried my hardest to elevate candidates who were running like Bernie Sanders, but at the grassroots level, and they got their cheeks clapped. Only a couple of them got elected to Congress, then they got voted out of Congress. So I think that the system itself is very, very, it's impossible to change. The best you could do is survive, and at least not voting for a suicidal option is one thing that you can do. So if you vote for the guy who wants to end democracy, that's what you made the choice. If you did it, at this point in time, I feel like they did it willingly. They had the information, even if you barely paid attention. I was a dumb fuck at 17. I would have known, oh, yeah, that guy is the one who did the insurrection. In 2004, I was 17 years old. I couldn't vote, and I didn't pay attention to politics. But I still had a very cursory and superficial understanding of what was going on. We were voting gay marriage in Oregon. My dad was very fired up about the election because he was against the Iraq War. I didn't understand a lot what was going on.
More,
but like
that's way more. That starting point is way more politically active and knowledgeable than the vast majority of this country, though. I think that's like.
Well, then they have to inform themselves. That's what I'm saying. Like, go get informed. We all have phones now. Like, don't keep.
But but if we want to win elections, then that, as much as we'd like it to fall on them, it doesn't. It falls on us or the Democratic Party or whoever wants to win the elections to actively do that. I mean, we could say they should do this, they should do this, they should do this all we want till the cows come home. But if they don't do it, then we're going to continue to be fucked.
Yeah, and that's true. I mean, we tried, right? We put out videos. Yeah, we put out videos, and they're not watching or like digesting the information. So yeah, I mean, they voted us into fascism. I'm sorry, I don't have sympathy for these people. They just voted us into fascism. So you reap what you sow. We're all gonna get fucked, and they will too. And I'm not gonna have sympathy when it happens.
Listen, you don't gotta have sympathy for them. I think we just need to understand. Like, listen, I continue to say that the most amount of time should be spent on non-voters. So I'm not saying we need to go out and talk to
1,000%.
Non-voters are, and not even just because like fuck the MAGA people, like Mike is going with. No, just because strategically they're going to be more winnable, and you could win a lot more of them in a lot less time, which means then you could continue to win a lot more of them. If they were not swayed by Donald Trump, you're already halfway there. You just gotta convince them on who your candidate is. So automatically you're halfway there. But I'm saying that there are people, especially after this election, that voted for Trump who don't know and can be swayed. That's all.
And it's not. Some people are saying that I'm being cynical. It's not cynical. I'm just like, I'm trying to be realistic about what we're operating with here. If you voted for Trump after this, I don't think we can do anything to reach you. One day they may regret what they're doing or what they did. But I mean, you can't reach these people. I mean, I could fucking, let me let you all talk to my uncle who's a MAGA chud. Try to talk to him for 5 minutes. You'll come to the same conclusion. And that's an anecdote, right? But like, you take that and you scale it up. A lot of people are just like this. A lot of people have moms who are fucking psychotic. I saw a tweet from this guy who's like, man, it's crazy that I voted to save my mom's healthcare and she voted to take away my marriage. I mean, these people know what they're doing. They know that they're hurting their own family members by this point, and they're doing it anyway. So 2016, as I said before, they you know what? I hate that they did it, and I hate that they looked past the sexism and racism of Donald Trump. But now I can't say, oh, you looked past it. I can't say, oh, this was due to ignorance. Maybe we just need to educate you more. No, you're an adult. I'm not going to coddle you. You just voted us into fascism. We're grown adults. And as much as I like to focus on the collective, as somebody who is a leftist, we have to at least understand that there's some responsibility at the individual level. Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, this person who hasn't showered for a week and has a stink ass and is going in public smelling like shit and shitting their pants, they just don't know that you have to wipe your ass.
Oh, buddy, I mean, you don't got to get
at some point, you got to figure it out.
Personal attacks, okay? Personal attacks.
I mean, you just have to figure it out. We have to be adults. We're not given a manual on how to be adults. We're not giving a manual on how to, like, navigate this world. We don't know. We're trying to figure it the fuck out. But the point is, we try to figure it out. And at this point in time, if you just like Mr. Magoo yourself into fascism and vote for that, seems kind of like you did it on purpose. Doesn't seem like you did it accidentally. And if you did it accidentally, you're a dumb fuck. You want it or you accidentally got it. Either way, you gave it to us, and now we're all going to grapple with that. So I don't know.
I get the frustration. I just think you're fundamental. I'll let Lance talk. I'm sorry, but I just want to say I get the frustration. But I just think you're fundamentally wrong. But go ahead, Lance.
I think two things are right at the same time here, and this is what I'll say to Binder is that like I've heard a lot, especially from like black friends. I don't want to have to educate white supremacists because fucking you have to learn how to not be racist. Fuck you. Like I don't have any time or patience to want to like educate someone like that. And I'm like, I completely agree with that sentiment. Like, you know, why the fuck should you have to be surrounded by someone who's going to try to invalidate your existence? Same thing from like trans people to cis people. Same thing from straight people to gay people, right? Like, why the fuck do I have to sit here and hold your hand and validate my reason for existing? I get that. So at the same time, I think someone like me, I am cis, right? I should explain to these cis bigots in my life who are transphobic to be less transphobic, so they'll be less, like, you know, collectively worse to trans people. I have the ability to be insulated from that because I'm not trans, I'm cis, so I should talk to them and try to de-transphobia them in that process. That's kind of my point. Both are true. The trans person shouldn't have to validate their humanity and talk to a cis person and be like, here's why I have a right to exist. And I think it's a net benefit if I can get 5 family members to stop being transphobic, because they just don't know. They haven't done the research. They haven't actually gone on the computer. And like I have had success in that, right? Like I think,
right. No, I completely, just like I don't think it's up to the voter to, we can't depend on the voter to get informed, and we can't put it on them to do that for our own good or whatever. I also think it's not up to other voters, like educated voters, informed voters, to educate the uninformed voters either. Like, it's not on them either. Like you're for example, the person you were talking about, the black guy who said that to you. Yeah, it's not on him to sit down with these guys either and talk with them and convince them. But if you're going to work in this and you want to get active and organized, then whatever your background is, this is what part of it is going to entail. If for at the very least to understand what happened, so we can make sure it doesn't repeat. I mean, it's.
I don't disagree that
fundamentally we have to win, right? We have to win. That's it, right? Like, we want to win, right? So when you want to win, you got to do whatever it takes, honestly.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to do. We need to do whatever the fuck it takes to win.
Yeah, no, trust me. I'm not saying don't try to convince people. That's not what I'm trying to say. I hope that that's not the takeaway. But I'm saying that you need to know who is convincible and who is not. There are people with opinions that are absolutely just solidified, and it doesn't matter if you bring them with facts. Like, you all have probably tried to explain to like one of your MAGA family members watching this that the Republican Party wants to cut Social Security. This was proposed in every single Trump budget while he was president, and that would directly fuck them over. I've tried to explain this to my family and how it would fuck over our mother, who is on Social Security and survives that way. Do you think that changed their mind? No. So even after educating them, they still make the choice to fuck over their family member because they have personal grievances or because they just don't care. So that's I'm trying to emphasize that the people who voted for Donald Trump, they know what they're doing largely. And even if they didn't, that's no excuse. So with that in mind, I'm not saying go full doomer and never accept them if they change their mind. No, of course, anybody can be reformed. But what I'm saying is understand what you can and cannot do. You cannot win over those Trump voters, but you can try to mobilize non-voters. You can try to convince people who are apolitical, who agree with you. Because even though most people in the country are deeply idiotic and evil, not everyone is. And so long as you build a bigger coalition than theirs, politically speaking, you can win them out. You can outvote them, assuming voting is still something that we do in this country every 4 years. That's the crux of my argument. So that hopefully that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. I like I said, I love debating people on the left because I think it's in good faith and I want to learn. And I think there's usually a point where everyone's like, you know what? Yeah. So maybe a diversity of tactics is what we're kind of all reaching here. We're trying to.
Yeah. Somebody made a good point. The humanist is arguing how people are fundamentally evil and lost. Hey, listen. That's why I'm a humanist, right? That doesn't mean that I think that
the guy who has a podcast called Doomed is talking about how we think optimistically.
Right. I mean, that doesn't mean that just because I think that they're evil and they're fascist, that I want to do fascism to them. I want to give them healthcare. I am fundamentally a humanist, and I want humans to thrive. But that doesn't mean that I have to love humans to want to do better for them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a parent trying to get them to get their shit together and shame them so that way they stop being fascist, as if that like would work. You know, what am I even talking about? But you know, that you could be a humanist and think that people are dumb fucks. I don't think it's a contradiction at all. Should we get back to super chats? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh wow! I thought you guys were done. I thought we were just riffing. That was like 35 minutes.
We have
literally
you guys are never gonna get through this. Holy shit!
Only David Dole did his super chats.
Oh my god!
I mean, we gotta wait.
Okay, so I'll go through mine just for people who don't know. We're not putting up on the screen. We're just reading them because there's just too many to try to figure out whose is who. So I'll go through mine and then we'll let Matt go through his. Is that okay? Or did you want to go first?
No, that's fine. I mean, I'm assuming that at some point I will be sitting here alone by myself at 1:30 in the morning reading super chats. So go ahead.
I'll try to go quick. I'm sorry. The caffeine is wearing off and I'm kind of heading into a caffeine crash, so I'll get less talkative as I go through these and shut the fuck up at some point. I didn't post a video yesterday, so that's why I'm so I have so much to get off my chest. I did today though. Okay. Tin Man XL 199. Thank you so much. I'm Gen X and I'm with Matt on Gen X. Hey. Ignar Husky. Member super chat. I don't know about y'all, but at this rate, the Dems are a lost cause and people specifically need to focus on labor and local politics. All we can do right now. I think we did read that one, but thank you. Bay Photo 499. At least they had a good time in Idiocracy. Okay, we read that one too. I'm sorry. I gotta get caught up here. Celeste, Mexico is more left than us, while more conservative. Very, very good point. Autistic Goblin, $5. Thank you. Hysteria is the only polypod that has addressed the obvious racism and misogyny in this election. Most refuse to acknowledge it. Hysteria. I don't think I've heard of Hysteria, but I'll have to check them out. George Arrett with $10. Unfortunately, I think one of the main things that led to Trump winning again is the right has won the messaging war. They've built this massive media apparatus over 50 years. And it's continued, and the existence of the internet has exasperated it. See Joe Rogan, Daily Wire. I think Trump going on those podcasts help him, and right-wing media unfortunately gets more traction. Yeah, I think you're right on the money, George. We just cannot fucking compete. It's a losing battle. It feels like. Unknown with £2. Labor sent strategists to quote help Harris campaign. Hillary did too, so all the worst people. Kowalski, thank you for the $10. Dems messaged poorly on their success like CHIPS Act and IRA. Totally agree. The Dem strategy was incoherent and thought Trump's was evil. It was blaming the immigrants for all problems, which is simple. Unknown, £5. The Onion's take on which minority will the Democrats blame this time was just hilariously sad and accurate. I did not see that from The Onion, but they're already doing it. So I don't know if they beat The Onion or The Onion beat them to it, but that's
fire. I don't know if you've seen their YouTube videos. They've been so good.
I saw a couple. They're so good. Thank God for The Onion. Zero PE. Thank you so much for the $10. I'm with you, Mike.
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty. Sorry, I just want to say it's pretty crazy what happened with The Onion, where they I'm having a mental block. What's his name again? The dude who used to write for NBC News. Oh my god, I can't. I'm having a mental block. He's the CEO of The Onion.
I can't remember his name. Seth something.
Ben Collins. He worked for NBC News. He was a real deal journalist. He covered disinformation and stuff like that. He was constantly pissing off the right and Elon Musk with his coverage, and he was he heard The Onion was on sale. He contacted some people he knew who were I guess cool tech CEOs for startups or whatever. And they got the money together and they bought it, and now he's running The Onion. That's an awesome story. Fans of an outlet,
I love that,
or a media property getting together and fucking taking it over and bringing it back to its roots and getting rid of the corporate garbage company that had originally bought it and took over and fucked it up, and they're bringing it back to its roots, doing the old Onion news videos that they stopped doing because of the corporatization of The Onion. It's good to see. It's a rare, awesome thing to see with a media, online media property where they get bought out by people who actually fucking love it and know what to do with it.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see that. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, Zero. 999. Thank you, Zero. I'm with you, Mike. If we here can search for channels like all of y'all's to educate ourselves, others can too. So yeah, some of the onus is on voters, but this is Dems' fault for running to the right. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a little bit of both. I put this on Twitter. I blame Dems and I blame the people who specifically voted for Donald Trump. I don't blame third-party voters or Democratic Party voters or non-voters. I think that Lance probably put it best on Twitter that apathy won in the end.
I saw Mike's original tweet before he deleted it. He said, "This is your fault, Latino men, Arabs. This is all your fault." I think he even said he's no longer going to any corner stores run by Arabs. Did you see that tweet? That was insane. Have you seen that tweet?
I was gonna say, I was like, Binder's actually not doing a completely made up shit here. That's what liberals are posting right now. Like, there's liberals posting that shit on Maine.
I saw that.
Like, someone was like, if I go into a restaurant or a corner store or whatever, and I see an Arab running it, I'm walking out. I'm boycotting Arab-owned businesses, and it's like, what the fuck?
I saw another one that was like, I hope you're all happy. I'll be enjoying my Starbucks latte while you're all rounded into the camps. And I was like, Jesus Christ! Like, I was like, are you all just becoming MAGA in real time? Like,
we're gonna have two different flavors of fascism in this country by the time fucking Trump dies. That's God. How bleak. Liberals, fuck me.
And there's
Okay,
TikTok
Rolando.
people, there's TikTok people filming videos of themselves going to Starbucks and buying everything on the menu and showing it off just to piss off the pro-Palestinian people who are boycotting Starbucks because they blame them for Kamala's loss. It's amazing.
How can you blame them for that? That's wow.
Mathematically, it makes no sense.
Yeah. They've lost their mind. They've lost their mind.
She could have won if she had done better in all the other swing states without Michigan. Had she done really, really well, like Michigan single-handedly, she needed it. Like you fucking that is so frustrating. I'm not gonna get into that. Sorry. Do your
it's a whole can of worms. But Jesus Christ, people. Though I still love the. I hope you're happy, Jill Stein voters or whatever. Like, bro, you could have combined Jill Stein, Claudia De La Cruz, and Cornel West, and still would not have done shit. Like, maybe stop like screaming at third-party voters and win their voters the fuck over. Or do electoral reform. Either way, like that's not gonna shut the fuck up.
That's not gonna make up 10 million fucking votes.
Right. I mean, Jesus. It's going to be a really frustrating time, not just because of Donald Trump, but because of the Democratic Party and the response to this. We'll have Mark Cuban or Joe Manchin in the next election if we have elections again, which will be great. Maybe, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't have elections again. Just fuck it. Just dictator Don. Like at this point.
Dictator Don. And then Dictator Vance. I still haven't even processed that JD Vance is going to be the vice president. That's so fucked. That's so fucked.
Yeah, I will say we were talking about how great millennials are, but I have to add that JD Vance will be the first millennial vice president. We're not all good. We're not all good. Yeah,
true. Okay, Rolando Capalleja, thank you so much for the 10. I just hope this election result dispels the myth that aligning with former Republican officials helps Democrats gain Republican voters. Unfortunately, it will not. The D-base and working class policy should always be the priority. You're too logical, Rolando. Unfortunately, that's not what they're going to do. Tara, thank you for the 10. Appreciate you. I was in the wrong chat. Hope David likes the money, but truly I am scared for what is to come and for those that will be impacted. I am too, Tara. It's not great. It's not great. Like, my instinct is to always say it's going to be okay because I'm an uncle and I just want to comfort people, but you're okay right now. You know, we're all okay right now, but I don't know how bad it's going to get. So it sucks. I'm scared too. Autistic Goblin, thank you so much. I'm with Mike. If they knew, they're evil. If they didn't, they're complicit and woefully ignorant. It's 2024. There's no excuse for being uninformed. Yeah. Zero PE 4.99. Thank you, Zero. Lance is right. We need more people joining orgs that educate and empower.
I mean, but listen, I hate to go back to this conversation over and over again.
Oh my God.
You can say that, but what does that get you? You go. It's your fault. You were uninformed. Oh, okay. Voting for the Republican next time. Like, what do you get out of that? Like, it's not going to help you.
Get
it's not going to help
you
anyone.
get a pragmatic response of who to reach, not how to reach these unreachable people. That's my.
Oh, I'm not saying reach the unreachable. I'm saying the ones who are reachable reach.
Yeah. I mean,
let's go back.
Maybe
to
you get
donation.
nothing. Maybe you just get satisfaction. I think that's beneficial too. It's cathartic to say fuck these dipshits. Adam Ilyoff, thank you for the 10. I'm in North Carolina and was talking with a Gen Z coworker who was glad Robinson lost and said, I can deal with Trump for 4 years. I then mentioned the Supreme Court and he responded, oh shit. Yeah, American voters, man. The Breaker of Walls, $5. Thank you. White women fucked us all. I'm Mike. Give Ole a hug. She had a great vid. Yeah, she did. I always appreciate Ole. Layla Spellwin, thank you for the 5. Kamala treated it like she was losing a game. Biden was doing the same when in reality, her losing is a colossal tragedy for most of the world's side. Oh, like she was losing a game. Yeah. 1000% agree. I hated her concession speech. Dirty Pirate, thank you so much for the 20. Trump voters are evil, but you should also not give up on them. 2 things can be true. When they personally face down the consequences of the world they choose, try to open their eyes, Clockwork Orange style if need be. Hey, I think that's fair. I personally have given up on them, but if they ever want to come back to reality, I think we should welcome them. But for right now, fuck them. Andrew F7, thank you for the 2. You lost because you hate young men and called them incels. Well, I wasn't running for president, Andrew, so I didn't lose shit. We all lost because Kamala. But I mean, if young men are incel, if you are offended by that, then I feel like maybe you're also an incel. I don't know. Stop hating women and you'll get pussy. I don't know what to do with this super chat. I'm so sorry if this offended you, but don't be an incel then. You can get pussy if you stop being a piece of shit.
I've had a lot of people in my chat say, like, Trump supporters drop in, like, you've been calling us racists for the past, like, 4 years. What did you think was going to happen? Like, I want the team that doesn't call me a racist. Is basically, I think, a sentiment.
Turning left in the chat. I'm sorry, Mike is talking like a standard lib. How about you suck this lib dick? Like, what does that even mean? I'm talking like a standard lib. You mean the liberals that coddle the fascists? Because that's what Democrats do, and that's what you're doing. So who's the lib now, bitch? Touche.
We gotta upgrade Mike to high definition lib. High def lib Mike. Yeah. I mean, I would actually love to talk with like Gen Z Trump voters. I would love to talk with them, honestly. Like, seriously, like not to, I would love to, but I don't know how to get that. Like, whenever I used to do that, no one would call in, because usually if you just make that open call, those people don't want to do it.
I can tell you how. Do a Twitter space. It's the fastest way to get a whole bunch of people jumping in and calling you.
Oh, that's smart.
All right. I would love to understand, like, what, and especially people who vote based on how they are doing in their social life, which is usually not good if they're voting for Trump. I would love to understand what's going on with your life. I mean, I gotta tell you, I didn't have any of these problems. I was everything that these guys think would be an absolute loser. I was short. I still am short, but I was super short in high school.
Same.
I was super skinny in high school. I mean, I still am, but I guess as you get older, you fill out or whatever. Even if you are still really relatively skinny, I was. A lot of people probably would have considered me, if you didn't know me, a dork or whatever. Yet I had tons of friends, all not even just in my school, everywhere in the neighborhood. No one fucked with me. I wouldn't say I was like one of the cool kids, but I was friends with the cool kids and friends with the losers and the nerds and the dorks. I had in my day, I got plenty of what would you say, Mike? Pussy or ass? I was clapping many cheeks.
Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I was not having problems, and I was not what they think a alpha male would look like. And
You were never bullied at all in high school? High school was ruthless.
I really never was there a time when people would call me like short or whatever? Yeah, but I never let it bother me. And then those people became my friends. And I was honestly, what happened, and I would urge people in this position, young men to do this. I found like the thing that like formed me and fit my personality. I found punk rock, and like I just became very sure of myself and confident.
That's a great
and
piece of advice,
everything
Matt.
and everything came from that. And I found it super early on, like to the point where I never got to the point where I felt socially like, all kids at some point have friends before people start becoming assholes. And like, I don't know, maybe 5th, 6th, 7th, like junior high or whatever. I found it that early. Like I found skating then, and then I got into punk rock music, and then I was in a punk band, fucking people chanting, like my friend, like not even just my friends. I'd play shows and people who knew me from school were fucking chanting my name at shows. Like I have this shit on
now
video.
You're just bragging.
I was fucking.
I got so much ass. I had so many friends. I was so popular.
They were chanting my name.
They chanted my name when I walked into a room. Everyone bowed.
Andrew's just like, man, I just want one girlfriend.
Yeah.
Everything about me should have been a fucking loser, is what I'm saying. Everything about me was what I should have been a loser, is what I'm saying. But I'm telling you, I could turn these fucking kids. Send these kids to me. I'll fucking find out who they should be. I'll get them super confident, and I'll have them fucking getting the girls and respecting women in no time flat. All right.
But Matt, what you said in there was perfect, though. They need some sense of identity, and you derive that from community oftentimes. You found punk. The problem is that a lot of these young men, they find Red Pill or Andrew Tate, or they find they like gaming, but then they find some weird right-wing reactionary gaming community. Find a community from other fellas who aren't pieces of shit, and try to also socialize with women as well. Treat them as if they are equal to you. It's I know that's a crazy fucking idea, but treat them as if they're equal. Respect them, respect your peers, look out for people, be an alpha, actually protect people. If you find a sense of community, if you have confidence, you will find a girlfriend. You don't have to be an incel. It's not like a permanent sentence. Maybe I should make some fucking dating advice for straight men. I feel like I could crush it. They just need a gay uncle to tell them, take a fucking bath, put on deodorant, and brush your teeth, floss. Like, they just need a Jordan Peterson who is a homosexual who will be a prick to them and tell them bluntly what they need to do. I'll do that, okay? Second channel, Mike DeGrado.
I take it back. Maybe you won't be the best messenger for this. But like,
we'll compete. Whoever gets the most young men, girlfriends, or friends, we'll try to do a comparison after a year.
Like it is not like I think like again, like it's hard for me as someone who is everything that these people think it should have been a beta male, and like it just wasn't like that for me. And it just has to do with like treating people with respect, and also first and foremost loving yourself or liking yourself at the very least. Like you can't go through life being miserable and hating yourself, because it's just gonna project onto everybody else. You're just gonna project it onto everybody else too.
Mike is not an ideal messenger for young men. You'd be too condescending. I'll rein it in, okay? I shut the fuck up, okay? Well, actually, I'm proving your point, but I'll rein it in, okay?
Not right now.
I'll start right now. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Okay, we have a lot. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just had 10 seconds. One quick thing to Matt Binder's advice, which was all actually really good advice. And when the part about having women as friends, also have women as friends who you're not trying to eventually date or have sex with, because just that mindset of being like, every single person I talk to, you're not treating them as people, you're treating them as potential future partners. women are awesome. Women friendships are awesome. I am a firm believer in, straight heterosexual people having relationships that aren't based in them trying to date each other. And it'll also help change your worldview. If not every person you meet, you're just like, oh, I wonder if she likes me. I wonder if we're going to date. Blah, blah, blah. No, that's not the way you should treat anyone, because there's a lot of people who want friends who don't necessarily want to date them and don't want them to eventually have as sexual partners, stuff like that. It'll definitely help shape your worldview.
Yeah, and also
let me just say, I had a
have a gay friend.
Tail.
Well, all the hot girls.
I had a rat tail in the 90s, and even that didn't hold me back.
Oh,
Imagine
what
being
the
a
fuck?
kid
Now
with
I think
a
you're
fucking
just
rat tail.
I would have bullied you, Matt.
I was the biggest freak, and I got laid so much.
Freak.
Sucking loser.
I was, man.
They built monuments to me at my high school. Okay,
rat tail. There's no chance.
I was fucking.
Yeah, I just don't believe when I said the rat tail. But once you mentioned the rat tail, I'm like, okay, you're full of shit.
Yeah, lies.
Nah, you said the rat tail, Matt. You just lost us all.
Someone in the chat said, try being fat, Matt Binder. Listen, and I get it. Like, different people are going to have different experiences here, but I promise you, if you get to the point where you are so confident in who you are that you let any comment like that roll off your back and not bother you, even if it does hit a little bit inside, if you just project the feeling that you don't care, I'm telling you, your life will be so much better because people will start liking you. And I know, who cares if assholes like you, but then they'll just stop bothering you too. I'm telling you, like, this is the way to go about it.
It's the only shield against bullies. And I was fat in high school. I knew a lot of fat guys who had a ton of confidence, and they were getting tons and tons of girls. There were tons and tons of relationships. It wasn't just the fact that they were fat that was holding them back. It was the fact that they were confident and charismatic and funny, and kind and fun. All those things. The fatness meant nothing.
Yeah, 1,000%. I mean, we all have our insecurities, so don't let something about you that you don't like hold you back. Every single person has that same feeling about themselves. Even the prettiest person, they all have it.
Like, look at me. Look at me. I got 2 kids. If I can do it, you can do it. All right. I mean, seriously, like, look at me.
This is a bitch.
You about to launch Hustlers University 2.0 with Matt Binder.
You just gotta
Andrew Tate.
Just gotta be confident and be sure of yourself, and then not be an asshole too. Because when you do the whole being an asshole thing, that just covers how not confident you are in yourself. And maybe you'll get by on that for a little bit, but you're gonna be soft. You're gonna be really soft. Any little thing's gonna fucking send you over the edge, and then you're not gonna be cool.
Kindness and confidence goes the way. Real kindness, by the way, not fake
1,000%.
kindness. Because it's trying to get laid or shit like that. That shit is disgusting, and people will see it a mile away. Like, actually be like kind.
Yeah, 100% agree. Okay, Andrew got us sidetracked. Okay, Cristobal Davenport with the 5. Thank you so much. Don't relent, guys. The dialectics of history. Thank you so much. Carrie Shaw, thank you so much for the 10. Love tonight. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. Henry with 5. Thank you so much. At least you guys have the sane and smart audiences. Also, if Jon Stewart were to run, do you think he has a shot at the presidency? Yeah, if we have presidential elections again, I think he does. Unless he talks a little bit too good, then Democrats will try to crush his campaign and movement. But, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Autistic Goblin, $5. Thank you so much. Trump can lie because no one in his cult dares call him out. You can't lie because other lefties will call you out. Also, you have a conscience. 1,000%. Unknown, thank you for the 30 pounds. Wow, really generous. This is intended for you to spend on your niece, hoping it can be spent on something to have a moment of distraction. Random. Have you seen / read Heartstopper? It's for teens, but it is what older LGBTQ plus people wish they had. No, I'll check that out. And thank you so much. That's so kind. I really appreciate you saying that. Aimi Komori, thank you so much for the 50 pesos. Really, really kind of you. How do you think the Trump win will affect Mexico and Canada? Love from Mexico. I really think that the biggest thing, Trump says he wants to invade Mexico. I hope he doesn't do that. I think the biggest thing, though, is culture. Maybe Mexico will be a little bit more insulated from that because you actually have sane people in charge right now. But assuming Polyev or whatever his name is, if he wins, I think the culture in Canada in particular will take a hit. But I hope that Mexico is at least insulated. That's my hope. But culture is huge. Policy-wise, I mean, he already did NAFTA renegotiation, didn't change a lot. So policy-wise, it's really hard to say, honestly. But the biggest thing is just going to be culture around the world. And I hope that, like, him being, like, popular, if his approval rating goes up, doesn't lead to, like, a Mexican Trump.
You just reminded me of a really... I know it's getting late. You just remind me of a really funny story that I just saw about someone who was talking to someone in South Carolina. Maybe it was a reporter who put this out there. I can't remember, but I saw it on Twitter. Someone was talking to a voter in South Carolina, and they said, "What were one of the issues? Like, what was the main who they voted for? They voted for Trump. What was like your main issues?" And they were like, "Oh, I voted because of the border." And they were like, "You live in South Carolina. That's pretty far from the border." And and the person was like, "Well, I'm worried about crime at the border, and I'm going on vacation soon." And they're like, "Oh, you're going to vacation at the border? Where are you going?" And they said, "Oh, I'm going to Mexico."
It hurts.
Oh my God!
It hurts so much.
That was really funny. I could not believe that. Like, what? What?
See, we have to share a country with these people. I just cannot. I can't. Oh my God. Okay, Tara, thank you for the 2. PSA Plan B has a shelf life of 4 years. Yeah, keep that in mind if you have the capacity for pregnancy. And please, please, please delete any period tracking apps that you have. If you haven't already, I'm begging you to not use those because that can be used against you in court. I just don't trust it. So I've told this to all of my nieces. Don't have that on your phone. Mr. Rabbit, thank you for the 20. Results destroyed my mental... And by the way, very, very generous. Thank you. Results destroyed my mental health. I'm so sorry. Looming fascism is salt in the wound. Live in a blue state, but it's getting redder. Democracy died. I cried. Family cheered. And I went to work. Take care of yourselves or whatever. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I think that... What makes it so worse is the fact that we all have family members that are so giddy right now. That just makes it so much worse because they don't care that it's going to hurt a lot of us. So yeah, I'm with you, and I understand it destroyed a lot of people's mental health, and I really, really hope people take the time to just care for themselves right now and just, if they can, unplug, veg out, watch a movie, just do something that really helps you fully disengage. Because if you keep plugging away at it and you keep doom scrolling, you're gonna get so much worse. That's not to say you disconnect entirely, because I know you're not going to be able to do that. It's hard, but force yourself to just unplug for like a day. And I think that if you try to distract yourself, it'll help you when you come back. Just do the best that you can. It's easier said than done, but just try. Asa with 2, thank you so much. FAFSA getting fucked, meaning can't afford college. That's another thing that is really frustrating. But that's on purpose. They don't want us to get critical thinking skills and to learn, because that's bad for the fascist cause. Asa with a 5. Any mutual aid groups I can use to help me get out of the country? Rainbow Railroad, if you're queer, for Canada. I don't know aside from that. I'm trying to think. I'm honestly not really sure. The first thing I would say to do is connect with people in your community who are in your group. So if you have, odds are, even if you're in a small town, there's going to be at least one other trans person. Try to find them and connect with them. And just together try to form some sort of a support network. If you
There's sanctuary states, by the way, that it's a lot easier to get to a sanctuary state than it is to try and immigrate to another country. So I would look into if you have the means, and if you connect with those organizations, including Rainbow Railroad. They do international help, by the way, but they can sometimes help fund for bus tickets to get you out of a red state, to get you into somewhere safe, temporary housing, to get you up on your feet, that kind of stuff.
Asa says that they're trans in New Hampshire. though heavily male presenting as an AMAB. Yeah, it's. I think that, as Lance said, get to a blue state. Even if you are, even if you're not in a marginalized community right now, I think everyone, if you this is really difficult to do. If you can, try to get to a blue state. On the West Coast, Pacific Northwest, I mean, it's great. We have our problems here, of course, but we're going to be further away, opposite side of the country, and we have a lesbian governor in Oregon. Jay Inslee's the governor of Washington. I think that they're both very good. The cost of living is very high if you move into a city, but if you can get somewhere in a more rural area, there's some trade-offs. Cost of living is higher, but you're close enough to a big city like Portland, Beaverton, or Vancouver, Washington, to where you can still have a social life and you could commute to have friends there who are very accepting. Just again, like you can't, like, I wish that there was some way to like help people move to blue states. It's so hard though, because you have to leave your job, your family, and a lot of people just can't do it. But if you have the ability to, try to do that first before thinking about leaving the country and becoming an expat. But if it comes to that, then there are countries that I think would be open. There are countries that are LGBTQ plus affirming, that will hopefully take action and make it easier if it comes to that. James Bishop, thank you for the 10. I feel Mike on the caffeine. My usual amount is about 2,700 milligrams. Besides that, my girlfriend has a disabled son, trans son, and a daughter who has endured SA. Been fighting for them. Will fight harder. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, just hang in there. Hang in there as much as you can, even though it's really going to be tough. Zero PE with the 2. Thank you so much. I think dystopian times should be the new name. Yeah, we could just apply the branding from that to this.
Oh yeah, I forgot you used to do that, dystopian. When did you start that?
I started it in 2021. I was going to bring it back in 2022, but then we started doing Leftist Mafia, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to do 2 different shows again. That's just too much.
Right.
So, yeah. Yeah.
Well, maybe you were part of the problem, Mike. You lived all through the 4 years of Trump. And then 1 year into Biden, you're like, dystopia!
Yeah. Yeah. Although I mainly launched that because of COVID and leftist infighting. Not necessarily because of Biden, but no, point taken. Adam's next. Adam, Kopke, I'm sorry, I have so much, I'm trying to get through them really fast, I'm sorry. Thank you for the 5, Adam. Appreciate each and every one of you. You all have helped shape my political views and have kept me more informed than ever. Love you guys. Love you too, Adam. Really mean it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. Rhonda Abrams, thank you so much for the 5. This boomer says thank you. Hey, well, this millennial says thank you. Appreciate you, Rhonda. Asa with 5. Thank you, Asa. If we want a Chavez, let's not make the same mistake and get a Maduro. Yeah, that's part of the problem, right? That is part of the problem. Maduro is not as charismatic as Chavez was. Sometimes I'll still just watch videos of Hugo Chavez. The man is a fucking, like, he's as close to like a left-wing Trump as you can get, but just his charisma is not like stupidity. Like, he's actually smart, and the way that he just fucking demonized the rich. Oh God, just to think we could have something like that here ever would be impossible. Bernie was the closest.
He did so many good things for Venezuela too, but I won't start a new conversation.
Yeah, no, he was great. I mean, he dabbled a little bit in some authoritarianism. But you know what?
Nothing is perfect. But if you look at just like nationalizing oil, you spend all that money, improving literacy rates explode. All of a sudden, healthcare explodes and infant mortality plummets. And it's just like, that's what happens when you just reappropriate a resource and give it back to the people. But yeah, of course. I mean, no one's flawless.
No, 1,000%. I mean, we're talking about somebody who, like, just for people who don't know, like, the man delivered washers and dryers to families. Like, that's the level of like attention to the working class that he gave. That's why he was so beloved. So yeah, that's why it'd be great to get somebody like that who cares and also is not afraid to kind of go a little bit crazy on the rich. You'd love to see that, honestly. Okay, Jorgen A, thank you so much for the 200 NOK. I forgot what currency that is. But thank you, Norwegian. Oh, okay, you just said it. Okay, Norwegian Millennial here. And the far-right party just became the biggest here for the first time in its history, with Gen Z becoming their largest age demographic. In other news, up has become down, more at 11. I'm so sorry to hear that. God, it's really, really disappointing. The state of the world. I mean, it's so shitty. Kanyan, thank you for the $2. Crazy 2028 ticket time. Hassan Piker, AOC. Oh, the Democratic Party would shut that shit down in 2 seconds. Not even possible. Ignar Husky, thank you for the 10. Regarding the workers' revolution thing, y'all should do a deep dive on the Haymarket affair and read up on Bill Haywood, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, Lucy Albert Parsons, etc. There's a framework there. Okay, I'll check that out, Ignar. Jones City, thank you for the 2. The show should be called Mike and the Bussy Brigade. Damn, I don't know if I'm like the Beyonce here. I think that I'm more of a backup singer, but I I appreciate that. I don't think that would have mass appeal personally. Dustin Hamlin, thank you for the 5. Do you guys think that the drug epidemic will get worse as a result of these elections? I'm afraid for Appalachia and other impoverished areas. I mean, it could be. It's really hard to say. We really don't know what's going to happen. We have an idea, but we genuinely don't know how it's going to affect people.
Empathy? Are you asking Mike to show empathy for the people of West Virginia right now?
I have empathy for the people of West Virginia if they didn't vote for Trump. Okay. Let me see. Z with $10. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that, Z. I'm on Mike's level as a fellow gay man, done with the Trump supporters who voted for this, and I'm happy to watch the leopards feast out of sympathy. I'm out of sympathy. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I hate that I've come to this feeling, but I'm exactly where I'm at. Maybe I'll have a change of opinion, but I don't think so. I've felt this for a long way and just kind of like didn't say it. If I'm just being real, I know you all think it too in the comments. Okay, Raph Mindster with the $75 super chat. Thank you so much. That is so kind. Wow. California legalized gay marriage. Wow. Well, it's about time, California. Where have you been? I think they repealed Prop 8 officially, which is important because if Obergefell falls and if the Respect for Marriage Act gets struck down in the Supreme Court, then I guess it wouldn't automatically be illegal in California. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said in which it probably will. I think that's probably on the docket now. Like,
yeah, I think you're right, Lance. I think that we're probably going to make it past the 10th anniversary, but it's going to be on the docket for the next session. If I had to guess, I think they'd probably try to be as efficient as possible and take Obergefell and the Respect for Marriage Act at the same time. Like maybe there's 2 cases they'll combine. I mean, I have no idea, but I do know it's definitely coming. Okay, with $5, thank you. This stream has been entertaining. I hope you guys keep it up. I'm not disconnecting from politics. I'm going to get more engaged. Well, hey, good for you if you can tolerate that. I just lost my place. God damn it! Hang on 1 second. Okay.
I'm telling you, like this isn't like, obviously this isn't the ideal scenario, but it's the cards we've been dealt with, and we got to make the best of it, and we have to use this opportunity to remake what we can. Like this is the opportunity to.
I thought you were gonna say remake America great again.
Remake America. That's actually pretty good.
Remake America great again.
But no, for real. Like this is. I was feeling down in the dumps, right? I mean, I was doing the Majority Report live show. You could probably see me in real time go from like joking around. I came out on the stage doing the Elon Musk X and chanting USA, USA. And then by the end of the night, I'm sitting there just on stage refreshing the results over and over again. Like, I get it. I was there, but I very quickly realized I convinced myself, and I believe it now, that, obviously I prefer the other way around. But this is the cards we've been dealt with, and we got to use this opportunity for, oh my God, I'm seeing double. What the fuck
I was like,
there?
How did you do that?
My internet just crashed. Yeah, my internet just completely shit the bed. My super chats are now no longer loading. So let me see if I can refresh and fix it. Yeah, now they're completely not loading. Okay. I had a couple left. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and go into my YouTube.
Quickly read some ones that came in while you're doing that. Sam
Yeah,
Rocher,
feel
thank you for the
free.
$10. The root cause of everything here is fear. Be scared to buy guns. Be scared to vote. Be scared because the rich use to protect themselves. It's so transparent, but it'll still work. Thank you so much to Kim for the $4.99. To be a man and a leftist, you got to be secure with your masculinity. These young dudes are trying to avoid being called a pussy. Growing up again in ruthless high school, the two things, especially they try to make you scared of if you're a guy, is either being a woman or being gay, and that really speaks to male insecurity, like in a totality there, as those are the two things you cannot be. Don't ever be gay. D-Chad or Die-Chad accidentally deleted. Super chat for each of you from a younger boomer. Good advice, humorous, but respectfully delivered. Thank you so much.
Okay. I did reload my super chats. I'm so sorry, Matt. I'm just about done. I'll try to go quick.
That's all right.
Just
mine if you're still looking. Okay, you got it? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I did pull it back up. I have about 7 left or so. Just Julie with $10 and a little fist emoji. Thank you so much. Angela with $6.99 Canadian. Thank you. As a super online atheist Gen X woman in the aughts, I see the parallels between Ron Paul and Trump. Very white male centric and anti-woman. Well, there you go, Matt. Tracy Eva with 5. Thank you so much. Keep the name. It always makes me smile. Love and hugs from across the pond. Peace. Thank you, Tracy. Bonobo with 5. Thank you so much. We certainly have structural issues to deal with, but the misinformation is a massive problem we need to deal with. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure where to begin, but I totally agree. I exist with $5. Thank you. I plan on helping start a DSA chapter in my town soon. Interested in unionizing my workplace and joining a tenants union. It's time to mobilize. Hell yes, that is the best thing you could do right now. Debo, thank you for the 10. On a personal level, we can try to get people who are tuned out to tune in. Most should have at least 1 to 2 people we can provoke, and we can provoke some thought in with open conversations if we meet them where they're at. Yeah, I think that's fair. Celeste, thank you for the 2. YK, majority of people do not care about politics. Like, I know, and that is a challenge for us to get them interested. And I think that trying to be more entertaining, try to blend politics with something else like Hassan does, I think that really is the ticket. Like, I think Hassan is brilliant. He struck gold by blending a bunch of shit, but still being political. The Breaker of Walls, thank you for the 2. Who missed Trump's insurrection in 2021? LOL. Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah. Meh, thank you for the $5. Me and my drag organization in MTISCSM we're already in a lawsuit to protect our right to perform. Now Project 2025 is a queer performer come together. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I wish you the best. That's so fucked up. Mara Hermita, thank you for the 10. Gents, he is a effing criminal. I have no remorse if you vote for a guy that should be in jail right now. The laws need to change regardless of everything else. This matters above all else. Yeah, thank you, Morrow. JCast with 2. No regrets, Mike. JK, love and support you all. I'm not going to read the mispronunciation. JCast always likes to give me a complex and say that I'm pronouncing it regret or Democrat. I know what you're doing, Jay, and I'm not going to fall for it. Okay, couple more. Sally Boo with 20. Thank you so much. I saw this today in the comment section on Cam James's video. Quote, she had to be flawless. He got to be lawless. Yeah. Mr. P, thank you so much for the 5. I agree with Mike,
she
50%.
She didn't have to be flawless, though. She had to just not invite Liz Cheney and Mark Cuban to the stage. I mean, listen, like, I honestly thought she was a decent candidate and way more likable than Hillary Clinton, and didn't have all the baggage of the years and years and decades of right-wing conspiracy theories around her. She was way better than Biden, but you know, at the end of the day, she made decisions herself that did not help. If she made different decisions, would she have won? I mean, that's just pure speculation. We won't know, but we do know that what she did do didn't work. And she deserves some of the blame for it at the very least. I mean, I do give her the obviously like the addendum that it wasn't fair that Biden did that, where he thrusted this on her and decided at the last minute. But also he shouldn't have done that to us. I mean, there should have been a primary.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. P, thank you for the 5. I agree with Mike 50%. MAGA members are intentionally acting badly, but they are brainwashed. Thank you for the 5 Bay photo. Just want to point out that 2 areas that moved left in the sea of red were North Carolina and ATL that were hardest hit by the hurricane. Oh, interesting. D.I. Chad, thank you for the 10. Super chat for each of you for a younger boomer. Good advice, humorous, but respectfully delivered. Well, hey, I appreciate you saying that. I feel like I was not being very respectful, so thank you. Blue X, thank you for the $2 and a little pear sticker. Thank you. Meh become a member, thank you. And Meh sent a $2 super chat. Also, if anyone is MT, ISCSM is a queer nonprofit. That is the drag organization that's being sued, just to remind you all. Okay, I've got 2 more. Ellie Void, thank you for the 5. Progressive media is neglecting 260 million people did not vote for Trump. We need to stop saying half the country. We need to talk about Republicans. I think that's fair. That is absolutely fair, Ellie, for sure. And then last but not least, Jeremy Can, thank you for the $10. I'm trans. Half my family supports me. Half think I'm a demon, but all voted for Trump. I tried to discuss it with my mom. She said, have you listened to both sides? You mean pro-Nazi and anti-Nazi? Yeah, and that's what pisses me off, Jeremy. They just don't fucking get it. They can say they support us and then vote for somebody who wants to harm us, and they just see no disconnect. Like, they don't get the disconnect or the contradiction. And so I'm just so done with these people. I'm just so done with everybody who is Mr. Magooing us all into fascism or purposefully getting us into fascism. Either way, I don't care if they did it or how they did it. I care that they did it. Okay, I'm so sorry, Matt. You are now free to take it away. I've got to get some water.
All right, before I start, I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about this moment since the election. Can you play this clip really quick? Because I want to remind people this happened when Trump was president and during the 2020 primary. And I've been thinking about this video, this moment, and this is the shorter version of it. If you want to find the whole speech, it's out there, obviously. But this moment, I think people really should remember, and we can do this and make it a reality this time around.
Take a look around you and find someone you don't know. Maybe somebody who doesn't look kind of like you. Are you willing to fight for that person as much as you're willing to fight for yourself? If you and millions of others are prepared to do that, not only will we win this election, but together we will transform this country.
Like, I remember this moment and being like, my God, man, like this is going to be something. And
you still need you still need a Bernie, though. You still need a person who's going to charismatic and able to deliver the message.
And maybe he could be that person who does that, but just can't run for president. Like, maybe he can be the leader of the movement without being the guy who's got to be around to become president. Like, maybe he can kick it off again.
And we don't have to, like, on a micro level, we can still do that.
We can do that without.
We're gonna need to look out for each other now, going into this era. You know, we're gonna need to like look out for people and fight for people we don't know, and that's gonna be done at the local level. You know, predominantly.
All right, let's get.
Okay, Matt, I'm gonna go get water really quick as you get to your super chats.
I'm still here. I just turned my lights off because I've been streaming for like 8 hours and they were hurting my brain. But go nuts.
All right, here we go. All right, read this one already earlier. Read this one. Hold on, I'm trying to find where I am here. Okay, Cold Dog with a membership super chat. So where the hell do we go from here? Workers' Party or massive party reform? We can't have this in 2 years. We need something drastic. You're not going to be able to build a party from scratch in 2 years. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. Our best bet is, I know everyone's sick of hearing this, but it's just the truth. And this time we got to win it. Oh, you got to win it. We got to win it. The Democratic Party needs to be massively changed. You're not going to start a party from the ground up and win in 2 years or even 4 years or even 8 years. That's a long game effort. That's why people like Bernie and other progressives have long tried to work within the Democratic Party, because you're just not gonna be able to build it up from the ground up in the amount of time we need to do it.
Yeah, I also feel that you're up against Democrats trying to, especially like, the center right ones trying to just like kneecap you for getting close. That's the other scary thing. That's what makes it even more challenging.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't try to do it. Do what no one's been able to do ever since the parties have aligned the way they have, and we're a two-party system. I'm not saying don't try, but I'm saying that's got to be a side project while working right now to win in 2 years and 4 years. I mean, and you're not gonna be able to do that by creating a party from the ground up in 2 years. It's not gonna happen. Celeste says, I'm older Gen Z. The younger ones barely know Trump. Right. I thought said something similar. Maybe they read yours. I'm not sure. This is from Angelin Debagashaki, but I think David read this one already. I blame Americans, right? I think Kowalski with a $10 super chat. Name suggestions for the we read this too. Man, David really missed this by reading some of these. Wanda with a membership super chat. Maryland passed abortion rights, kept Senate seat blue. Awesome. Yeah, Maryland is I think Maryland is pretty, and you guys defeated Larry Hogan too in the Senate, right? Yeah. Maryland is
Did they really?
Is doing, yeah. Larry Hogan lost.
Okay, Maryland.
Yeah. Their popular Republican governor was shut down when he tried to become a senator. I thought for sure he was one of those guys that was going to win. The synopsis with the membership super chat. They say Democrats win when voters turn out. Do you think mandatory voting would be a good thing in the U.S. on its own? I think we read this one too. How did this happen?
Are you reading? Maybe you're reading David's super chats?
No, these are just mine because they're in my room, my live chat room. I think David pulled up some random ones earlier, and that's why he read those. Von Tux with a $10 super chat. The American experiment is over. Isn't anything but. The American experiment is over. It isn't anything but survival and dealing with whatever comes after the United States as we knew it. Just cope. Life doesn't end if America does. Well, I mean, America's not over yet.
Tokyo Kamala and Liz had the country over party banners. They're already celebrating before the election was over. Remember that country over party? We're having a country over party.
Right, that's what it looked like too. Like it wasn't even like the words weren't even put correctly, so you wouldn't read it like that.
They're relishing the end of America.
Right. Tokyo Hot with a super chat. Emma Vigland vindicated. Taylor Swift let us down. Oh yeah, right. Rex with a $10 super chat. I normally register Democrat to vote in the primary, but never again. I'm working Families Party forever. This election proves that the Democratic Party is nothing but a failed brand. Time to go. You said Working Families Party. Are you in New York? Because if you're in New York State, you need to be a Democrat to vote in the primaries. And you should be a Democrat so you can vote in the primaries, so you can elect progressive Democrats. I vote Working Families Party on the ballot, straight down the line, Working Families Party. In fact, I did not vote for my Congresswoman, Grace Ming, because on the ballot, she was the only person who did not get an endorsement on the Working Families Party line. So I said, wow, if they won't even endorse her, then she's not getting my vote. Kirsten Gillibrand got the Working Families Party line endorsement even. Like, how bad you got to be. Like, Working Families Party is great, and you should vote on that line on the ballot, but you need to be a Democrat to vote in the primaries. Ryan Chan with a super chat. Rashida and AOC won more voters than Kamala, even in their conservative parts of their district. Were liberal Trump AOC voters. Yes, there were. That's why I'm trying to tell Mike that there's something more going on here. They just can't throw everyone in the same basket of deplorables like you usually could.
Oh, I can, and I will. Maybe you can't.
David 83151 with the $10 super chat. If you are someone who is able to overlook the genocide and to vote for Harris, then you already understand how a conservative was able to overlook Trump's extremism to vote for him. Meg Indurty. I don't know who that is, but yeah, I think that's a decent
that's such
point.
a false equivalence. No, that's a terrible
I mean,
point.
I think that's
what
a
are you talking
decent point.
about?
That is a decent point.
There are one of two options in this election that are going to win, and you can't say, oh, well, I overlooked the genocide and I'm voting for Hitler, who also is going to do the genocide, are like comparable, especially when if you don't vote for the genocidal party and the Democrats, like your trans family members are going to get fucked. Like, you can't say that's such a bad false equivalence. I'm sorry. No, that's dumb. That's shit logic.
All right. I mean, Omega
Thank you for the super chat to Matt, though.
Omega Shenron with a $10 super chat. Nice chatting with Fran, Alan, Matt, and Tunbosin at Majority Report Live on Tuesday. Needed in hindsight, like old catching up, but understanding each other. Only one person can say, help us, sun god Nika. Who is that? I don't know. Anime reference? I don't know. Ryan Chan with a super chat. DNC also just lack common sense. Example, districts where no Dems run. We almost lost Nevada State because no one ran in the second district. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, yes. They should be running for everything. Donald James with a super chat. Membership super chat. Our core values will never change. Never change your moral compass. Now that it's in the fight for until the end. CPU Alpha with a super chat. So angry you could name the show Rage Against like the Machine or something like that. Nadia Yvette with a $10 super chat. See the latest status quo interview from today. The Dems have shut down most/all of their state party organizations. Vast numbers, 80% local, county, etc. seats are entirely unopposed. Yeah, they need to be running for everything. Everything. Bay Photo with a membership super chat. On your entrepreneurial I can't talk right now. Entrepreneurial mindset point. I've seen a ton of folks concerned about capital gains tax, not realizing it can never be an issue for them. Oh my God. Oh boy. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. What's that?
Your mic's popping, by the way. I don't know if it's.
Oh, I thought that was my internet.
No.
Hold on. I'm also going out of. How about now? Anything or no?
It's better now.
Better now?
Nope, now it's back.
I still hear it a little bit. I'm not sure.
Hold on, let me leave the studio and I'll jump back in. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, somebody responded to what I said and said, they're both evil. I'm not denying the evilness of the Democratic Party, but I'm just saying, like, you can't fault somebody for making a vote based on harm reduction. Like, there's actual lives at stake depending on who wins. So that's the point I'm trying to make. You can't, like, compare that to somebody who is gleefully voting for a suicidal fascist who's going to destroy the country. Like, I think that if you try to make that false equivalence, you're doing it at your own peril.
Any better here?
Yep.
That sounds better to me, honestly.
Oh, I think I know what's happening. My computer is quickly running out of disk space. That's not good. I gotta. Yeah, I am getting a new Mac tomorrow. The new Mac Mini came out, and it's fucking very affordable and much more powerful than the one I have. So that should change a lot of things. Yes, it's.
I should consider that Mac honestly for in here.
The Mac Mini M4 is starting price 16 gigs with the M4 chip, which basically is like having a much more powerful computer. $500. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
Now you're completely out of focus, by the way. Once the audio is fixed. There we go.
Give me a second to shit. I should have did this while you were you were reading. 1 second. Talk amongst yourself, guys. Give me 1 second.
Hi. How are you doing?
That's fucking amazing. How are you doing?
What a conversation we're having right now.
This is
Talking
riveting.
amongst ourselves. Yeah.
I can't just
Changing the
I
world.
can't just talk on the spot. It's like when somebody says, "Oh, do your impression." It's like, well, I have to like have a reason to do it or something. Not that I do impressions, but like I imagine if you did impressions, it'd be like that.
Yeah.
All right, I'll start reading while this is deleting. Hopefully, it'll clear some stuff.
Don't
up.
put us on the spot like that, Matt. God damn it!
I thought you
That's
would
the
pull
only
it
time
off
we shut the
being,
fuck up for the whole evening.
But put on, professional streamers and all talking. Is your
Oh, now
literal
you're
job,
popping.
apparently. I don't. All right, let me log off one more time, and then give me a second. Talk.
Okay.
Come on, do something.
Lance, look at this. Can you see the chat? Somebody.
How long that tongue be like? I know, right? It's crazy. Chico's tongue is enormous. It doesn't like always flop out like that, but like in this one photo, it's just like ridiculously huge.
I read it while not realizing that you had Chico's image up, and I'm like, damn, are they thirsting for you, Lance?
No. Although you want to hear a funny first scene story, my wife's at Usher right now and is just texting me nonstop like, oh my god, he's still so hot. Oh my god, he's still got it. Oh, those abs.
Oh, that's good that she's having a good time.
Yeah. I think that's one of the bucket lists is finally seeing Usher live.
Okay.
In your
That's
lifetime.
the peak millennial experience, seeing Usher.
Yeah, that's true. He's still selling out stadiums. I was surprised. He's playing like the same place that T50's playing in like a couple months. Yeah.
Oh wow. No kidding.
I think it's one of those like it's him plus like 6 other artists or something. Like how all the 90s bands are all touring together now. And then they're like they're making cash too. They're doing very, very well.
I bet. That's fun. I need to do something fun like that. Go to a concert, but just
Speaking of fun like that, did
unplug.
you download Silent Hill 2 yet? Have you started it?
No, I want to, but I feel like I don't want to start that now because the vibes are already bad. And
That's true.
Getting scared.
You know what's weird though is I have found since the world has become increasingly more horrifying that I've actually kind of enjoyed scary movies more because they like whatever effects they had on me are gone. I'm just like I see worse shit every morning when I log on the internet. And none of the like all of this is just candy now. I'm like, oh,
honestly, that's a great point.
Yeah.
How do I sound now? Much better? No change?
That's better, yeah.
Okay, cool. Hopefully it stays that way. All right. Cosmere Dragon with a $10 super chat. The majority of Trump supporters remind me of that buddy with a toxic girlfriend. No matter how many times friends point out her flaws, he always goes back to her, downplaying or ignoring the flaws. Wow, a bit of misogynoir there. Why not the shitty boyfriend? Why has it got to be the shitty girlfriend to remind you of? No, I see what you're saying. It was a joke. JHLFSC with a $10 super chat. This is 100% a result of unregulated media. The right is acting reasonably based on their disinfo. 0 people voted on economics. No one gave better healthcare and jobs than we did. Charles Gonzalez with their first super chat. Thank you, Charles. I'm a gig worker, work in TV and film. I have to think of myself for tax purposes. I think that's a reach that people in the biz wouldn't want a union. We know we're getting fucked. T King with a super chat. Mike Cavernacle, an accelerationist and focused drama. Kyrie Shaw with $10 super chat. Great discussion tonight. Thank you. N Starks 007 with a $10 super chat. I'm so tired of don't blame the voter. At what point in time do we say the fuck is wrong with y'all? Ole was right about what this country is, and I'm really tired of acting like voters can't be wrong. Well, they can't be wrong. But I never said they can't be wrong. And I didn't say you can't blame them if you want to blame the particular voters. I'm just saying, like, if you want to win, you got to do something about it. That's all I'm trying to say. Carrie Shaw with a $10 super chat. Progressives need to do the 60 to Republican. What? Flood the party and change Trump. You may not be able to change his followers, but Trump would rather be with cool progressive people. I don't know about that. I'm trying to imagine Trump being like, I'm woke now. They like me. They really like me. I'm woke now. Mom914 with a super chat. Now we are going to see if the accelerationists were right. It's too late for incremental change. Climate can't wait. Colt Dog with a super chat. LOL. Lance is going to start an underground railroad. Radio friendly box with a super chat. Time Trump won. I quit news for 2 years. I mean, you got to do it. Sure. Take a break, without a doubt. Jay Clay with a $10 super chat and their first super chat. Wow, thank you, Jay. We can't beat red MAGA until we beat blue MAGA. Hold on, my browser window just shut down and now I lost where I am. I'm losing everything. Everything is dying on me, Mike.
The mic is still popping in and out too. It
my God.
starts to get better and then it starts popping again. I think it probably won't fix until you have more memory, I'm assuming. Because when you leave and come back, it fixes it for a little bit, but it still is very poppy.
All right, give me one more second, and then this should. I'm gonna restart the whole browser. This should fix it for good. Give me a second.
Okay. And now I'm all alone. Should I end the stream? Just end the stream, and then when or I could read through all of his super chats in like 5 seconds. I could do that because Lance left too, so I could do whatever I want. I'm right and they're all wrong. So we still have quite a bit of people this late. We have across all platforms 4,500 people watching, which is a very large show, unusually large. So thank you all for watching. I will take this time, I guess, to plug my shit because I'm not just going to sit here awkwardly. So subscribe to the Humanist Report, the Rational National, Matt Binder, and the Serfs. We're on all platforms. And yeah, don't forget to show up on January 6th for our Stop the Steal. We're going to be there. We're going to storm the Capitol. I'm just kidding. I already have said enough shit to get myself on an FBI watch list. I need to stop and just shut the fuck up for the night.
Hey.
Hey. Everything seems copacetic. Or did you just freeze? Oh no. Oh no. You just froze. Oh no. There we go. Oh no, he froze again. Oh. It's so much worse now. It's so much worse now. Oh, it's so bad, Matt. It's so bad. I'm going to type it in the chat because I don't think you can even hear me. Oh, it's so much worse. Okay, I'm gonna read some of my super chats because we just did get some more in on my side. I got a couple more. The Phantom 5-3able, thank you for the 5. Those in power can kill 1, 2, or 3 roses, but they will never be able to stop the coming of spring. Lula de Silva. I love that. Thank you for sharing that. Chris Corcoran with the 5. Thank you. Squiggly Miggly 2028. He'll be the only one making sense in the race. What is Squiggly Miggly? I'm out of the loop on that one. I don't know what the fuck that means. Oh, and there he goes again. What is that, like a Peanut the Squirrel thing? I still don't know what the fuck is even going on with Peanut the Squirrel. Hello? It's so permanently fucked. Oh god, it's so fucked. Matt, I think we should call it. Oh, Matt, it's so cooked. Your computer's cooked.
Get it?
I don't think you can hear anything, but I think it's just completely cooked. Oh, somebody says use your phone, Matt. If you join through your browser on your phone, maybe that'll work. I don't know if you can hear me. When he unfreezes, I'll say it real quick. Oh! I was going to be like, use your phone! As soon as he popped on. Oh my god. I don't know why, like, this is so funny to me. Maybe I should unironically read some of the super. Although I don't know what super chats are his. That's the problem. Just use audio and no video. Yeah, if I can talk to him for 2 seconds when he gets back on, I will tell him use his phone or just audio. I don't know if that's even going to be possible. Just pull the plug. Fuck it. Yeah. I mean, I think it's just cooked at this point, right? And by the time he finally gets it working, we're going to be here till like midnight. There we go. There we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. They were recommending in the chat use your phone.
All right. Well, here I am on my phone, not using any sort of. Could I do this? Could I? No, they wouldn't even let me switch it like that. Oh, no, that's just my desk.
Whoa, careful there.
Dirty ass desk.
What's that? Let's I don't know what that thing was there. Looked like a bong, but I know you don't smoke. It just something looked like a bong, but I know you don't smoke.
Oh no, that's the earbud, the AirPod.
No. The red thing in the back by the Wi-Fi router, I think. From okay, it's a little flag. Oh, okay, I like that. Just for a split second, I'm like, what is that long thing? Okay, very cool.
All right, really quick. Oh my god, my face looks so red in this. I don't know why.
I think it looks. No, it looks fine. No, you're being too harsh. It's fine. No, you're fine.
All right. Where was I? 1 second. Okay. Can you hear me, by the way?
Oh no, it's starting to fuck up.
Are you serious? Hold on.
Oh, okay, you're back. Oh, it's like, oh, holy shit. Okay, no, you're good now. Oh no. No, now my internet is fucking up. Oh god damn. Okay, just go, and then I'll assume that everything is fine.
Worked.
Okay, there you go.
All right. Wait, this way. All right. Jay Clay, did I read this one? We can't beat Red MAGA until we beat Blue MAGA.
This is like the biggest stream we've had in terms of viewers, and I love how just all of our equipment shits the bed.
I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. Everything's falling apart. We're using whatever we can.
We can always call it, and then when you actually get your better computer that works, we can read it, or you can read it on another stream. Because I genuinely have no faith, and I think that I've said so much shit that the FBI and the NSA is like purposefully trying to shut us down. I think I got us all cooked.
I don't know. Maybe I got my headphones working now. All right, let me try one. If it happens one more time, we're done. Okay.
Okay, that's fair.
Looney Tunes 9000 with a super chat. Are you still drunk yourself from Tuesday's Majority Report election show? I don't drink, so I'm not drunk. I was never drunk to begin with. Cold Dog with a super chat.
That's kind of like a backhanded little fuck you to you. That's mean. Are you still drunk? As if you were. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Matt Binder, I think you're a piece of shit. Are you drunk, fucker?
You're acting drunk. No, I'm actually completely sober and never drank.
How you feeling, you fucking son of a bitch? Cold Dog with a super chat. Bernie's gonna beat up Biden on the White House lawn. I would pay to watch that, honestly.
Yep.
Marquis with a $5 super chat. First one too. Thank you. You all are influencing people all over the U.S. and equipping us with ways to disarm right-wing ideology. Please don't be discouraged. I appreciate that. I think giving us way too much credit, but if that's what we're actually doing, then
I'll take it.
I'll take it. Tokyo
I'll
Hollands
take
with a
the
super
compliment.
chat. Parents just got naturalized 3 years ago after 35 years. May lose it now. My sis, born in Mexico, married a second-generation Peruvian guy who is a hardcore Trump supporter. I need another drink. Your pick, Matt.
That's
boy.
so sad. I'm so sorry.
He doesn't think your sister's going to be affected, does he? Tigre Del Norte with a $10 super chat. Do you think these right-wing shifts are a reflection of actual shifts or depressed turnout from 2020? Example, Latino shift to the right versus Latino Dems maybe staying home because of lack of policy. A little bit of both, obviously. A lot of Dems didn't come out, but there is a reported real, much less than the people who sat at home, but there are people who switched. Agro Blaze with a $5 super chat. I don't know how I'm going to go to work tomorrow and not be depressed and face the people who are happy Trump won. I hear you. Jake Cash with a super chat. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? I mean, I fuck them. Do what you got to do. And
don't let them see you cry. Don't give them what they want. That's my advice.
Yeah. Get them fired. Do something to fuck up their life. No, I'm joking. Jay Cash with a super chat. How about Rage Against the Vending Machine? Ninsic Design, algorithms and targeted marketing, as well as buying influencers for lots of money, had a huge impact, in my opinion. The tailored misinfo is what voters remember. John Deere with a super chat. That chart is from 2,915. What? And those ages align better with the boomer is not X. I think you meant 2015. Not 2,915. We're really going into the future there. John Deere, sorry for the typos. Agro Blaze, thank you so much for becoming a member at youtube.com/Matt Binder. Main Tang with a super chat. LOL, sounds like Hansi is as drunk as I am right now with his super chats. How different would life be right now if we had just gotten Bernie in 2016? Yeah. Narrator with a membership chat. We can assign blame or we can be introspective and look at our own failures. People were calling on Biden to drop a year ago and they were laughed at. No, right. Embarrassed with a first super chat. Thank you so much. The fascists are using the 15-point underperformance as confirmation bias that 2020 was stolen. Yeah. Themic with a $5 super chat. We replaced Biden with Harris. This was the wrong strategy. Jimmy was right. Should have went older. Steer right into it. Bill Haverchuck with a super chat. FYI, Arizona needs ballot curing phone bankers tomorrow to shore up Engel's House votes in 06. If anyone can spare an hour or two. Currently 211 ahead at 70%. Raffmeister with a $75 super chat. Thank you so much. Really, wow, Raffmeister. California legalized gay marriage. Nice. We were talking about that before. Someone else sent the super chat about it. Angela W with a super chat. Prediction: after Republicans lose badly at the midterms, he will step down, get pardoned by President Vance, and walk into the sunset. No, he's not stepping down. Tracy Eva with a super chat. I was not going to send you a super chat, Matt, because of your Gen X comments, but then I heard your wonderful laugh and immediately changed my mind. Listen, not all Gen Xers are bad, especially not the ones who give me super chats. So just remember that. Zeitwise with a super sticker. Thank you so much. Embarrassed with another super chat. New York Times comment section. Since the election, the fascists are claiming Kamala underperforming by 15 points is confirmation of 2020 being stolen. Concerning? I mean, they're gonna say that to the cows come home. What are we gonna do at this point? They won this time. Let's focus about worrying about it when it matters. You know. Tokyo Hans with this another super chat. Hasn't been a super chat in a bit. Got lonely. Juru Mall with a super chat. Humorous Report. It's frustrating to tell conservatives to do their research only for them to limit themselves to their echo chamber. Right. Narrator with a $10 super chat. Why should they trust you over elected officials, their family, or the cable news? Why should they invest time in seeing through the lies to vote for the lesser evil? Why should they depress themselves? Transgo 420 with a $4.20 super chat. Very on point there. Trump voters should do E or not. I don't care. Chargoon with a $20 super chat. Hey, Matt, Lance, Mike, love y'all dearly. Thank you for everything you do. Don't forget to get all the rest you need. I appreciate it, Chargoon. Gonna need it after this episode. Zeitwise with another super chat. Changed a bit my mind on non-voters. Understandable if you have a lot of parties all quite similar, but here they pretty much abandoned democracy. Chargoon with another super chat, $10 super chat. Myron from Fresh and Fit has the worst hair plugs I've ever seen. It looks like he went to a salon called Phony Front Lawn. Layla Spellman with a super chat. Chant, Bender, Bender, Bender. I mean, that's what the kids were doing in high school when I was playing in my band. I hate to tell you, it's the truth. Zero PE with a super chat. Matt is gonna launch BDE University. DI Chad with a $10 super chat. A super chat for each of you from a younger boomer. Good advice, humorous but respectfully delivered. Thank you. Toby Chaba with a $10 super chat. My daughter thinks the Dems need to get a good Midwestern candidate for Prez. Someone like Walk. She thinks any Californian won't have a chance. What do you guys think? I don't think it matters, honestly. Where they're from. Really, I don't. I mean, Biden was from PA, Delaware. Obama was from Chicago. I mean, Bill Clinton from Arkansas. I don't think that matters too much. Farrell Jane with a super chat. Bob Ferguson, the AG who got the Muslim ban roped, is now gov of Washington State.
Really?
Is that where you? No, you don't live in. You live in Oregon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Agroblaze with a super chat. I'm so done with America. Country was founded on racism, but yet we are all equal according to certain people. Narrator with a super chat. AOC 2028 campaign starts grassroots December 16th. Tony Barbosa with a super chat. I'm from Brazil, and for some reason, YouTube suggests you people. Anyway, fight continues for all of us. Have a nice life. Oh, wow. Interesting. Thank you and thank you, YouTube, for promoting us in Brazil. Love Lula. Ruben Walton with a super chat. Thank you so much. Just nothing there either. Just send me a super chat. Wolfpack did the same thing. Thank you. Now Ruben Walton did send a super chat with some comments. Mike, you are killing it tonight. Right on the money. Your hubby's a lucky dude. Oh, Mike, you hear that?
Thank you. Oh, he knows it. He's watching. He knows it. He knows he's lucky. I am too, though, to be fair.
Oh, he's so lucky. He's a star, but cry. No, okay. The Ralph with a $10 super chat. Keep your head up, fellow progressives and Democrats, thinking though Kamala was put into a really hard situation. I mean, she was, but it wasn't the only thing that made her lose. Wolfpack with a super chat. First, they gave Bernie a heart attack. Then they saw it didn't stop him. After that, we got COVID. Then the Dems nominated the two worst candidates.
Wait, you act like they shot him with the heart attack gun.
I mean, they probably did. Narrator with a super chat. I blame Bernie. He should have let. Oh my God, my browser just died again. I can't wait for this computer, man. I think part of it is not just my. I think part of it's the computer too.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's gonna be a 4-year-old computer very soon, so I got a new one just in the nick of time. The narrator with a $5 super chat. I blame Bernie. He should have let Harris know American voters wouldn't elect a woman. Maybe like Warren in 20. She hadn't heard of patriarchy. Bernie should argue a woman cannot win. A woman cannot win. Did you ever see that clip where it's like America's There's a really funny clip out there of Bernie saying something and then listing off all these people, like these these marginalized groups, but like he's saying it in support. But when you but the first group he says is women. It's like it says like, I can't stand women, and then it just cuts.
I haven't seen it.
I gotta find that clip. Oh my god, it's gotta be out there. Hold on, give me a second. Oh my god. I'm losing my mind, man. No, I'm not gonna be able to find it in time. Oh my god. The super chat. I'd say in both our countries, we're both captives by reactive elections that follow bad governments each time. Oh right, Renee's in well not you're in Chile, right, Renee? But I think you're talking about Argentina, maybe. I don't know. Nadia Yvette with a $10 super chat. Everyone had been telling me to shut up about doing anything to deal with the potential for a Trump victory for years. Now they tell me I was being a bitch by bringing it up when I did regardless. Yeah. Thomas, Renee with another super chat. Date a Chilean, just not me. I'm terrible. And that's it. That's it. That's all my super chat.
Nice.
We're done. Wait,
I've got two more. I just got one from Tara, $2, saying, honestly, this is really funny and needed when the audio kept fucking up. And then Greg Wright sends $2 saying, Matt switched to the Dutch angle. Okay. And that is all of them. My God.
God, I gotta find that. I gotta find that clip so badly of Bernie being like, I've had enough of women. All right, over on Twitch. I just realized I'm still holding this. Thank you for the raid, Maple Takes. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the raid, Lance from the Surfs. Late Bloomer 66, resubscriber Prime, subscriber for 9 months. Wow, thank you so much. Valinova used 20 bits to gigantify an emote. Thank you so much. And also, Valinova gave out 10 community gift subs, which started a hype train. Thank you so much, Valinova. Wow. And that's oh no wait, Mumbles 459 resubscribed for 3 months at tier 1, subscriber for 4 months. Thank you so much. And I think that's it. Yep, that's it. We're done. We're out of here. We did it. We're done.
Thank you so much to MarvelMan15 for the Prime sub on Twitch. We are done. Yeah. You want to rate MEC C3?
Oh yeah, let's do that. Give me a second to pull them up. Where is this? All right, let's do it. Raid channel. We actually did it. We fought through the tech issues and the bad internet connection, and we did it.
We survived.
Where is I can't even. All right, there she is. I'm pressing the start raid button. Hold on, but it's still got to fill up. Really, thank you, everyone. If you can, keep watching. I promise you, we won't lead you astray. We'll keep you feeling hopeful and realistic at the same time. Because you can be both.
Emphasis on the realistic.
Yes, and you can be both. Trust me.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, YouTube.com/Matt Binder if you're not already subscribed. Thank you so much. I'm gonna hit the raid button now, Mike.
All right, you all take care. I'm hitting it.
Are you hitting it? I'm hitting it too.
All right, take care, everyone.